other than to do what is needed. Well, maybe that's my layman's understanding, and the lawyers will say, no, you're wrong. And I think that's what the Premier is kind of motioning to me, that I'm wrong in that understanding. Huh? Huh? I got two more too. But, Madam Speaker, I think the need for this road, the need for the road has more than eloquently been put forward, not just tonight, not just today, but over a period of time. I am concerned that the government seems to think they have this huge problem. Well, they will now have to go take the motion away, but the people of the Eastern District, there's 18,000 people. Well, no. If the government don't move, they will know what to do. And I remind members, some of you are too young to know, but I well know of the whole matter when they were doing the cadastral survey and the national development plan then, which they thought they could take people land as they wanted. And the people say, no, you don't. You might think this is what is best, but you're not going to take my family land and tell me what to do with it. You're going to tell me I can't, you build a road through my land, but I can't get onto the road. Oh, yeah? And they came out, thousands of them. Now, cadastral was the best thing to happen as far as I'm concerned, but the way that they had that plan attached to that, which came right after that, in 76. You younger members understand this? They were all swept out. The whole cabinet. Miss Anna Borden was the only one survived, and that because she jumped on Truman platform the night before election. Huh? Yes, well, goes without saying that he was elected at that time. But, so, if you can't move forward and you get stuck in this situation that I see and I'm hearing, and I am not part of the cabinet, not part of the caucus or that part of the executive, you are putting yourself in trouble. Better work together to find a solution to make this thing happen. Build a road, piece of road that you can build now. That can hurt nobody. The only thing that can hurt is a few feelings. But so be it. Make them they want to have hard feelings, have it. The fact is you are doing this for the people, and people are more important than a tree. And I'm not talking about going willy-nilly, cut down trees, etc. No, that's not what I'm saying. It's gazetted, and the people is hurting. The people are suffering. I don't think I can say any more, Madam Speaker. I hope that I have thanked all those who are debated, those who offer unqualified support, and I hope that's what will happen. The government will move forward as the resolution says, Madam Speaker. I thank everyone again for agreeing and moving forward with this motion.
The question is, be it therefore resolved that the government considers building the east-west arterial road with immediate effect from Hearst Road to Lookout Gardens as the less environmentally sensitive area, and only continue with the EIA study from Lookout Gardens to North Side as the more sensitive area. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Those against, no.
Can we have a division, Madam Speaker? No.
Honorable Wayne Panton.
Aye.
Honorable Julian O'Connor Connolly.
Aye.
Honorable Kenneth Bryan.
Aye.
Honorable Sabrina Turner.
Aye.
Honorable Johanny Ebanks.
Aye.
Honorable Andre Ebanks.
Aye.
Honorable Bernie Bush.
Aye.
Miss Heather Bodden. Honorable Dwayne Seymour.
Aye.
Honorable Isaac Rankin.
Aye.
Honorable McKeeva Bush.
Aye.
Honorable Roy McTaggart.
Aye.
Mr. Joseph Hugh. Honorable Sir Alan McLaughlin.
Aye.
Mr. Moses Kirkconnell. Absent. Miss Barbara Connolly.
Aye.
Mr. David White.
Aye.
Mr. Christopher Saunders.
Yes.
The results of the division is 17 ayes. The ayes have it. Private members motion number 8 of 2022-2023 is now duly passed.
Private members motion number 9 of 2022-2023, a high school in the district of West Bay to be moved by the elected member for West Bay West and seconded by the elected member for Bontown West.
The Honourable Member.
Madam Speaker, the truth is, because I have to stand on my feet, I would rather take the next motion after that, and if the House agrees, once yes. Okay. Madam Speaker, I rise to move private members motion number 9, standing in my name, which reads as follows: whereas the District of West Bay is constantly growing with a present population of over 13,000, be it resolved that the government starts considering the planning process now to build and operate a high school in the District of West Bay within the next 4 years, and be it further resolved that consideration be given for the inclusion of funds in the upcoming budget for the planning process and other needed costs to begin construction.
Is there a seconder? The elected member for Bordentown East. I'll get it, don't worry, Bordentown West.
That's all right, Madam Speaker. It's a long day. Madam Speaker, I rise to second the motion by my honourable member from West Bay West.
Bless you. The motion has been moved and seconded and is now open for debate. Does the mover of the motion wish to speak thereto?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I hope we can be much briefer in this motion. Madam Speaker, in moving this motion, it's totally about the need. And so, in considering the expenditure for such an undertaking, I wanted to make sure that all things were put in the proper perspective. Madam Speaker, I've been here long enough to know that government don't have a bottomless pit of revenue, and we have to be as prudent as we must be. In these economic conditions the world over, we can't be willy-nilly about what we want, what we can afford, and how we can get it. Therefore, the most prudent building, planning, and practices must be employed. But before all of that, Madam Speaker, some kind of project manager needs to be employed and provision needs to be budgeted for. Madam Speaker, as I rise to open the debate on this motion, I am humbled and honored to be able to do so on behalf of the people of West Bay. In our representational form of governance, we are merely the mouthpiece for our constituents. Let me acknowledge Almighty God, without whose blessings we would not be here, even with the cut and thrust of the adversarial Westminster system, and the Westminster form of politics. We must first acknowledge that our islands, as I said earlier today, is still one of the most blessed places on the face of the earth. Do we have problems? Yes, of course. But I think our blessings far outweigh our problems. Madam Speaker, the motion is aimed at improving the quality of life of people of West Bay. This will happen on multiple fronts. Madam Speaker, the Parliament might know, some members might know that the notion of a high school in West Bay is not a new idea. In fact, this idea has been talked about, and there have been similar motions over the past 3 decades. More recently, the progressive government at the time designed, broke ground, and started the earthworks on the Beulah-Smith High School. During my last term as political leader, the Premier at the time, and Minister of Finance, we could not continue this project. The Cayman Islands were not in compliance with the Public Management and Finance Act, and this led to the UK having to approve the country's budgets from 2009 to 2013. Based on the budgetary stipulations set out by the UK at the time, the government I led had a choice to continue one of the 3 high school projects, the Clifton Hunter, the John Gray, or the Beulah-Smith project. We decided that we should continue the Clifton Hunter project as it was the farthest along and had the most money spent on it and was part of the catchment that covered Borden Town, the fastest growing district at the time, North Side and East End. Over the next 2 political terms, 2013, 2021, the John Gray High School has been continued and was just officially opened earlier this month. And I believe it is now time to revisit the situation in West Bay. Madam Speaker, I believe it was important to provide a brief historical context to remind Parliament that this is nothing new and we should be able to support this motion with unanimous consent. The benefits of the motions are: 1, improved quality of teaching and learning; 2, improved behavior; 3, improved student outcomes on examinations; 4, improved sporting competition; 5, improved traffic congestion; and 6 would be the utilization for community purposes as well. Improved teaching or quality of teaching and learning, Madam Speaker, they say that the creation of a 3rd government-run high school in the District of West Bay will serve to allow us to have smaller classrooms sizes, which will in turn assist teachers so that they can focus on imparting knowledge to their students. This will have a positive impact on overall teaching and learning. Having an overall smaller school population to manage will also allow the principal and their senior team to concentrate on constantly evaluating teacher performance and improve teaching quality. Improved behavior. Madam Speaker, by building the high school in West Bay, we will create a smaller school community. This will allow the principal, the senior leadership team, and teachers to get to know their students in a more meaningful way. This will allow them to ensure that they meet the needs of each student as an individual. This will inevitably improve behavior. This, coupled with smaller classrooms, will further improve behavior. As we know, Madam Speaker, Poor behavior not only causes an individual student to underachieve. In fact, one single student can often disrupt the classroom and cause other students to be negatively affected. The building of the high school in West Bay will help tremendously, I believe, with student behavior. Improved student outcomes on examinations. And I should say, Madam Speaker, we can thank God that we've seen much improvement with this current minister on the educational front. Madam Speaker, with improved teaching and learning and behavior, there will be an inevitable improvement in student outcomes in examinations. We must do everything possible to allow our students to improve their outcomes. This improves their life chances once they exit mandatory education. We cannot understate how important it is for us as legislators to give all of our children the best possible chance at having the opportunity to be a positive member of our society. Improved sporting competition. Madam Speaker, the building of the high school in West Bay would foster greater inter-high school sporting competition. Having a third government-run high school will cause there to be yet another student body to compete with their peers across the various sports. There has been a positive correlation between students' outcomes and high sport achievement. This is because the discipline instilled by sport has a positive impact on students' ability to be more focused on their studies. Improved traffic congestion. Madam Speaker, building the high school in West Bay will have positive impact on overall traffic. This will take dozens of cars and buses off the road to transport West Bay students to John Gray. We know how bad the traffic situation is on Walker's Road during the 7 to 8 a.m. and 3 p.m. to 4 p.m. windows. The building of the high school in West Bay will improve that situation. So, Madam Speaker, this is something for us to rally behind. Madam Speaker, in planning for our high school for our district, the idea for constructing that high school in West Bay, as I say, it comes after many years, comes in recent times as a result of some of my own observations and following a number of discussions with community members and the other 3 members for West Bay also. And the proposal is driven by the observed need for additional educational, hurricane shelter, emergency, community recreational facilities. All those things can be put in a modern building as the one is here in Georgetown. Sizing it, we left up to that body that I spoke of. This would go a long way, though, in satisfying, I think, the United Nations Development Goals, especially goal number 4, which talks about quality education, ensure inclusive and equitable quality education, and promote lifelong learning opportunities for all. We cannot do this merely by the provision of physical structures in the schools. We know that we will also need well-trained educators that have a passion for learning and for teaching. We also know that we must provide modern, cost-effective, energy-efficient, technologically innovative, and environmentally sustainable school facilities. These will be conducive and enabling spaces for our children, indeed, our whole community, to learn within. Madam Speaker, as I looked at various studies and looked at various countries and what they were doing, there are so many elements. That's why I choose to frame the motion that way. Not just to be fair to government, not to just to try to put in millions of dollars at this time. I do believe that there can be some money put into the budget and maybe works on some of the ideas of what we have, from what we have, and utilize plans, but rework those plans to have a more modern facility. As I know I haven't been there yet, but over the years I've looked at the plans and in the course of building, went to the one here in Georgetown. I haven't gone there since it was open, and I didn't get to the opening as I was not well. So, Madam Speaker, I'm going to stop here and give other members an opportunity and hope that the motion finds favor with what I'm asking. As I said, not to overburden government at the time, but to get them and get, as I said, to get, especially to get the project manager in the budget at least to organize and move forward with such a project.
Thank you, member. Does any other member wish to speak? Honorable Deputy Premier.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I am cautiously optimistic that this motion would not be near as controversial as the last motion, even though the conclusion was one that I think we should have arrived at about 3 hours before we reached there. I'm happy to stand on behalf of the government to say that we have looked at the motion which seeks to have government consider two aspects of the resolution, which firstly would be to consider the planning process to build. So it would be a contract that goes out to design, build, which we did with the Georgetown High School that we just recently opened, the new John Grier High School, and also to operate, which would be done by the government. And it also specifies that the honourable member is desirous of it being in the District of West Bay, and he has set a time frame. I can certainly give commitment for the first 2 years of the 4 years that's set there, but I am confident that at least 3 of the 4 West Bay members can carry on that desire, as he too has declared to exit the political scene. I wish to thank him for continuing in the legacy to ensure that adequate and appropriate and modern infrastructure is put in all of the various districts, and as he indicated from a historical perspective, that the former Premier and at the time Leader of Education had set out an education plan, which was also carried on by former Minister from West Bay, Mr. Ralston Anglin, and Ms. Tara Rivers. And as one member mentioned early on, it's not always the good fortune of a member or minister to be able to plant the seed, fertilize it, water it, and also harvest. And I think this is one of those situations where the seed was planted. It had to, because of financial reasons, take a pause, as it were, but it's now time for it to be resurrected, and I'm happy that I would have an integral role in carrying out the due consideration. Is also asking in the second resolve, Madam Speaker, that due consideration be given for the inclusion of funds in the upcoming budget, of which we spoke to in the SPS yesterday, and the honourable member in his way is asking for the consideration for the planning process and other needed and associated costs to begin the construction. Madam Speaker, we will do with the school as we've done with all other offer infrastructure that falls under the ambit of the honour of the Minister of Education, and that we would follow the legislation for the consideration to the various business cases that are in need, so that we can actually see the affordability and feasibility study. I believe the member has done an excellent job in not only conveying but indeed mitigating the necessity of this school in the District of West Bay. So that aspect of the consideration will be extremely short for the government, because we are fully cognizant, Madam Speaker, that the journey in education to excellence has to be a continuous one, and because we operate within the FFR, we would like to wish in a utopia that we could have built all 3 schools. But I'm happy to have been for such a time as this that we've completed one big school, which was a feat in itself, and many said it could not be done, and I'm sure many will say that this cannot be done. I give the undertaking from a personal perspective that I'll do all within my power to ensure that the requisite statutory requirements are completed and that colleagues are rallied to ensure that the several million that it will take to do the business cases and to get it to a place where it can, the terms of reference are done, it can go through procurement, and we can have a groundbreaking before the member from West Bay West. And I exit the political stage, which will probably make quite a few people happy. But when the history is written in the Cayman Islands, hopefully before a eulogist I wrote, they would see that we have been able to contribute significantly, not just to the infrastructural development, but the sociological development of this country on a whole. So, Madam Speaker, I am delighted that on behalf of the government that we can undertake here today to give due consideration to this infrastructural development in the District of West Bay, which will go a long way in facilitating the continued journey towards excellence. May it please you, ma'am.
Thank you. Does any other member wish to speak? The Honourable Minister for Youth, Sports and Heritage.
Madam Speaker, I was very happy when I saw this come before us. The minutes will show about 6 weeks ago in caucus and on any other business, I brought it to the attention of my fellow caucus members that yourself, myself, Minister Andre Banks, and the minister from West Bay West, who's brought this to the House, that we saw the need, not the want, but the need of a school in West Bay. But meantime, if things can also be looked at, is that the primary school now, which is the biggest primary school on the island, I think it doubles most primary schools almost, could even use 4 more classrooms. So that can be looked into. It would be something that could be looked into as well. Thank you very much.
Does any other member wish to speak? The Honourable Minister for Financial Services.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'll be brief, just to say that I think that the mover of the motion, the member for West Bay West, has outlined reasons and grounds that have merit. I was happy to see and have consultation with the Deputy Premier in her capacity as the Minister responsible for education to see her prudent approach in terms of preparation. I think it is something that displays proper planning, and as my colleague, the Minister for Youth, Sports, has indicated, we will form we will form part of the caucus that will help to ensure that preparations are put in place so that we have future planning and we can start the process of having this goal reach fruition. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, member. Does any other member wish to speak? Does any other member wish to speak? Does any other member wish to speak? I'll now ask the mover of the motion if he wishes to exercise his right of reply.
Madam Speaker, taking due notice of how late we're getting on and there's still more business to be done, let me just cut things short and say in closing just to thank the Honourable Minister for her support, and I look forward to working, as I know you yourself, Madam Speaker, as a MP from the district, and our two colleagues who have just rose to speak, would at some point meet with her to discuss the way forward and to see just how we can get some of this moving. And maybe I have ideas. We need to meet with our constituents, I think, in a district-wide meeting to get feedback from them. Because we want this to be a place where the community can utilize. Far too many schools, Madam Speaker, we're getting good buildings, we have good buildings, but they're locked up at night, nothing done. And rather than just have a cafe, we have a cafetorium, which that could double, and make it big enough, could double as a hurricane shelter, because that's something we need. But it could be used for many community purposes. Whether the Minister of Sports will be able to get work with the Minister of Education to get a pool, those are things that I think we need to consider. We are not anymore in the 1950s. We have moved forward in this 21st century. And now we have to consider our revenue, but offer support to the minister for her ideals, for the things that she knows that she needs, her district as well. And so these are things that we have to consider. And certainly I'm willing to work with her, and I think she's willing to work with us on the proposed project going forward. There's be more time in the budget for me to elaborate on some of the areas that I figure need to be covered in the whole thing, so the different spaces that are needed, the kind of spaces, bearing in mind people's health, even that you have children with some deficiencies that will still be at the high school. All these things need to be taken into consideration. I'll stop there, Madam Speaker, just to thank everyone again for their support.
The question is, be it resolved that the government starts considering the planning process now to build and operate a high school in the District of West Bay within the next 4 years, and be it further resolved that consideration be given for the inclusion of funds in the upcoming budget for the planning process and other needed costs to begin construction. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Those against, no. The ayes have it. Private members' motion number 9 of 2022-2023 has been duly passed.
Private members' motion number 10 of 2022-2023, Task Force for Fair Distribution of Gratuities collected in the tourism industry, to be moved by the elected member for West Bay West and seconded by the elected member for Bontown West.
The elected member for West Bay West.
Speaker, I rise to move private members' motion number 10, standing in my name, which reads as follows. Whereas there is continued complaints of the distribution of gratuities collected in the tourism industry, be it resolved that government considers establishing a task force to investigate the problem in the tourism industry, particularly but not limited to the condominium sector, of gratuities that are collected to be distributed to staff to ensure that it is being done in full. Be it further resolved that the task force report their findings by the 30th of September 2023.
Is there a seconder? The elected member for Bawden Town West.
Madam Speaker, I rise to second the motion by the member from West Bay West.
Thank you. The motion has been moved and seconded and is now open for debate. Does the mover of the motion wish to speak thereto?
Madam Speaker, thank you very much, and I do want to thank my colleague, the member from Bawden Town West, for agreeing and working with me on the motion. I do know that he knows what it means, because his family, his father worked there, his late father worked in the tourism industry, so he knows what it means to people. Madam Speaker, I want to begin by congratulating the Minister of Tourism for his valiant efforts, his hard work to bring back to tourism to a good position after the maddening situation, dangerous situation we had with the pandemic, and his efforts for the region where he's making his mark. No two ways about it, Madam Speaker, tourism is moving forward, and while there are other areas that have tremendous concerns, I think we would have some concerns too, but tourism is growing. And so, Madam Speaker, what I want to ensure is to ensure that the gratuities that are collected by management, by these properties, whether they're restaurants, whether they are condominiums or hotels, that gratuities are passed on to the workers. Madam Speaker, I mentioned in opening and thanking the seconder of the motion, I am well acquainted with it. I worked there, that's where I began work. My grandmother worked, and she took me along just to help, and then I liked it. And then I went off and to try to learn commerce in banking. But my mother worked there all her life, probably 40 years of it, at least. And I know just how important it is, and I know that my district, and I speak often of my district because rather than naming other places, I don't know everybody that worked, of course, from Georgetown or wherever. I do know a lot of people from West Bay, a lot of the women, particularly, but Georgetown have them, Bordentown have them, all over the women of the country helped to build our tourism industry. And it is some of them that these gratuities and the non-payment and the outright theft of it, because what else do we term it, Madam Speaker? What else? Madam Speaker, some of them collect these properties 10%, some 15%, some up to 18%. And 15 staff out of $60,000 is receiving maybe $15,000 amongst the 15 of them. So what happened to the balance? It's outright, Madam Speaker. I had to take this on as Minister of Labor and followed up when I became Minister of Tourism. And it was a fight. And I made all sorts of enemies because I took people to the Labor Board and made sure that some of them went there 4 and 5 times for their dirt, taking the poor working people gratuities and not paying them. Not paying them. Madam Speaker, it is still going on. I'm still getting complaints. I know one place, Madam Speaker, December 2019, grossed over $300,000. At 10%, $30,000 will go to the staff, right? But we know that they get paid, some of them 15%, sometimes 18%. But minimum of $30,000. December, that was December. February 2020. January 2020, over $400,000 they grossed. And in February, when they closed down because of COVID, they had already grossed over 300, so over $1 million, Madam Speaker. One Caymanian woman did not receive $1 in that whole year, much less at that time. And, Madam Speaker, the poor Jamaicans and the Latinos, the Hondurans and the Cubans, got very little. Jamaicans that I knew was sick, family was sick, and they barely got anything. I had to help them personally. And I say this, Madam Speaker, because I know it. You know how I know? That's where I got in problems. Because of the theft of the gratuities. That's how I got in problems. The staff called me, I went there, and the manager didn't want me there. And her and her girlfriend, her friend, beat the hell out of me. But I took the blame because I grabbed them to get my phone. And they're talking about it, and yet the video shows them. That's what happened, and that wasn't the first time, because she was fired from a restaurant down the street for doing the same thing. And that's not the only one. As I said, some property managers I had to take, and it's all they keep double books. That's what they do. And I had the labor board take some of them to the labor board. One of them was out here campaigning against me about let's support her, because I took them to court 5 times as the Minister of Labor. So, Madam Speaker, we need to do something to ensure that our people, and as long as, no matter where they come from, whether they're on permit or whatever they're on, they are our people, they're working for us. They must be taken care of. And this situation, people depend, especially now when times are hard, people depend on their gratuities. Back in my mother's day, they were depending on it to add on a room to their house, some of these women. And you walk along West Bay Road, and you saw them standing up, you saw them going in the morning walking, you give them a ride, you see them in the afternoon by 3:30 going home, you give them a ride, rain, sunshine. They was out there going to work. They helped build the industry. Yes. And we know, Madam Speaker, we know when you see that kind of figures and they're not getting their money. As I said, one Caymanian woman not received $1. Not one. And when the representative go to speak, he's a bad man. He's no good. He can do this, he can do that. All I'm asking is that government put this task force together and put them there to get something done, examine in whichever way, under the law, because there's a law. Oh, I changed the law and made all sorts of penalties, but they're going back at it. 20 years later, they're still doing it. And now, Madam Speaker, I do hope that we can get something done.
Does the elected member for Borden Town West?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I recognize that the hour is late and we're trying to get through other business, but it would be remiss of me if I did not lend my voice to this motion that is brought by the Honourable Member for West Bay West. As he mentioned, Madam Speaker, in his remarks to this House, this is something personal to me. It's near and dear. And while I can say that during my father's working years, I don't think the culture back then, at least where he worked, I never heard much complaints about the staff not getting a gratuity. I know in some cases people used to complain that the bartenders were getting paid too much because they were also getting gratuities, plus they also were getting tips. And as some of you may be aware, he worked at Holiday Inn during the days when Holiday Inn was in full swing, the Barefoot Man and everyone was there. And I can honestly say, Madam Speaker, that on a bartender's salary, raising 5 kids, my father was able to send 5 kids to college. So I know what tourism, the value that tourism brings to this country. Equally, Madam Speaker, when I do look at the contribution rate for gratuity, just to put it in context for members of this honorable House and for members of the listening public, if most places are charging a 10% gratuity rate, and when you consider that tourism accommodation tax of government, which is also based on rooms revenue, generates anywhere from about $35, $36 million a year, if memory serves me right, I guess pre-COVID, looking at those numbers. And you're talking about a contribution rate of 10%, you're talking easily a gratuity pool in excess of around $30 million per year. So when you're talking about gratuity, I don't want people to think that we're talking about small amounts, because while it may be a $200 or $300 a year for some people, in the grand scheme of everything, we're talking about $30 million a year, at least annually. And Madam Speaker, most organizations that we would find that would steal a gratuity, or rather deny staff the gratuity, you find out that there's a very strong probability that these may be this very same organization that will sometimes collect pension and don't pay it, which again is also tantamount to theft. Some of these very same organizations are the same organizations that will collect money to pay a portion of their health insurance costs of employees, for them to find out when they need health insurance, it's not there. I say that to say, Madam Speaker, is that when this task force goes out and look for these organizations and they find that they're in breach, don't just stop there. Look and see if they're also paying the pension, because we saw, many of us here would have heard the horror stories when we had the pension holidays and people actually thought they had money and they needed money, and basically there was no money there. And we have all heard the stories too, Madam Speaker, where people sometimes think they have health insurance, it's being deducted from their salaries and it's not being paid. So chances are, if you are taken from the employees one way, more than likely probably will be taken another way. But Madam Speaker, we do recognize that within the tourism industry, it is still an industry that is not predominantly at this time Caymanians. And it's very easy for us, or many, to kind of disregard it, recognizing that there's a large amount of people who are non-Caymanians that work in that industry also. But Madam Speaker, these are the kind of things that if we turn a blind eye and allow injustice, because in many cases, Madam Speaker, if we're going to be true to ourselves and brutally honest, we have ignored some things in this country for the longest while. And it is only when it starts to really affect Caymanians that then, and in essence, and by extension, affect voters, why we basically turn some attention to it. But there are things or certain behaviors within any country that I consider what I would say blessing blockers, the things that allow us to not get the blessings that we should be getting based on some of the things that we turn away from. And Madam Speaker, I will say while I'm on this topic, and this is one of the motions that I wanted to touch on, I didn't get a chance to touch on because we had a maximum of 3 that I had filed. But while the Ministry of Labor is looking at these things, I'm going to also ask them to take a look at how some of the domestics in this country is treated. It's wrong. We're treating some domestic helpers in this country wrong. And these are the kind of behaviors we need to stop in this country. So most of the people who get the gratuities are the unskilled people, the ones who work the long hours, the ones who hardly see their families, and they're some of the worst treated people in this country. And we need to do them better. We need to do right by them. So, Madam Speaker, I want to thank the member of West Bay West for bringing this. But this is something that we need to deal with. Because too many people in this country are getting robbed unnecessarily of their hard-earned money. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I recognize the Honourable Member for Bordentown East.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I just want to, as Minister of Labour, wanted to say a few words. I on this private member's motion number 10, task force for fair distribution of gratuities collected in the tourism industry. Madam Speaker, it is critical that we deliver good service in tourism and business. The comfort, care, and sense of welcome that travelers receive can make or break their Cayman experience. Madam Speaker, a shared gratuities system, if properly implemented, can make a substantial positive impact on this front. The benefits of well-executed gratuities system are plenty. It promotes good service, teamwork, and provides an incentive for our staff to consistently perform. Additionally, Madam Speaker, a good gratuities system provides a means for the lowest earners in the hospitality industry to earn a decent income by sharing in the gratuities for their outstanding service. Sadly, Madam Speaker, we have received several complaints about some businesses cheating on the grats by charging resort fees that bypass the gratuities law and shortchange the workers. While the Department of Labor and Pension is auditing monthly reports and are dealing with breaches they detect, I believe more can be done legislatively to prevent businesses from taking advantage of their workers and not giving the workers their fair share of the gratuities pot. Therefore, Madam Speaker, I strongly endorse this motion and look forward to improving the gratuities legislation to ensure transparency and understanding among employees. A fair and honestly administered gratuities system is vital for the success of the tourism and business industries, as well as the workers themselves. I thank the member from West Bay West for bringing this motion, member from Bordentown West for seconding the motion. Also want to thank the Minister and Chief Officer who is still here, which I applaud, for this kind contribution that we were able to provide here tonight. I heard the passionate plea, Madam Speaker, of member for Bordentown West, and I can tell you, we too on this side have our concerns, and will address all matters going forward. I thank you. Good night.
Thank you, Honourable Minister. Does any other member wish to speak? The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, very briefly, but I do rise on behalf of the Opposition to indicate our support for the motion that's before us. I believe that that it is timely, and like many, we do hear stories and get information with regard to what we perceive to be abuses of the system, and I'm happy to see it move forward. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. Does any other member, the Honourable Minister for Tourism and Transport?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I will be rather quick, but just to add, I think something's wrong with this mic. Madam Speaker, I just rise to offer the government's full support, along with the Minister of Labour, who would lead the charge in respect to this area, as it is a labour dispute, but within the industry upon which I am responsible. I must say also that I, as Minister of Tourism, have received a number of complaints in the short period of time since we've been fully reopened and employees are back to work. So I welcome this and will be offering the full support of my ministry with any data information or the necessary resources to support the Minister of Labour that we can accomplish a appropriate task force and that potentially come back with some findings that can resolve this matter this long-lasting, long-standing matter for those hard-working employees of this very, very important industry that Caymanians survive on. Thank you.
Does any other member wish to speak? The Honorable Minister for Youth and Sports.
Madam Speaker, I too am happy to see this here. But I'd also like to add that when the Minister for Works or to deal with this, labor goes into these establishments, there is also a culture of the way our people are being treated as workers. Madam Speaker, they're being antagonized, they're being shortchanged on hours. There's a whole lot of other things that the complaints have got, and these are not from people who are lazy. These are people who are hardworking, and they're being pushed to the limits to try to resign so they can have an excuse to bring people from the outside. So maybe this is something that can be looked into when you're doing this as well. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker.
Does any other member wish to speak? Does any other member wish to speak? Does any other member wish to speak? I now call on the mover of the motion to exercise his right of reply.
Madam Speaker, just to thank all members who have spoken and to thank the Honourable Minister who is charged with labour. Yes. Madam Speaker, there are many ways to penalise people who refuse to do the right thing. And as I say, it is tantamount to stealing when they get the gratuities and don't pay. And it's not small amounts. As I said, one small business wasn't a big business. Just was not a big business. But look how much they received in 3 months. And one Caymanian couldn't get $1, and they treat the Jamaicans, and they treat the Hondurans, and they treat the Cubans, Latinos, they treat them awful. Awful. And so I do hope that the task force, I don't know whether they'll be able to wait on legislation. I know the legislation needs to be changed, but I would hope that they could put the task force together before, as the motion calls for a report by September 30th. And hopefully the minister would be able to, in undertaking that, would be able to get it done. But I know that the cabinet seems to be in full support, and he would have easier time to get things done. But just to thank the minister for his commitment and his other cabinet colleagues, the Minister of Tourism, which I think has some bearing on this as well, because most of this is tourism business. Madam Speaker, I don't think I can take us any further. Thank you very much.
The question is, be it resolved that government considers establishing a task force to investigate the problem in the tourism industry, particularly, but not limited to, the condominium sector, of gratuities that are collected to be distributed to staff to ensure that it is being done in full. Be it further resolved that the task force report their findings by 30th September 2023. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Those against, no. The ayes have it. Private members' motion number 10 of 2022-2023 is duly passed.
Private members' motion number 11 of 2022-2023, implementing traffic calming and safety measures along roads in Red Bay and Prospect, to be moved by the elected member for Red Bay and seconded by the elected member for Georgetown South.
The elected member for Red Bay.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I beg to move private member's motion number 11 of the 2022-2023 session entitled Implementing Traffic Calming and Safety Measures Along Roads in Red Bay and Prospect. It reads as follows. Whereas the Cayman Islands 2021 Census of Population and Housing Report reports that the population of Georgetown is now almost 35,000 people, about 49% of the entire population of the Cayman Islands, and more than the combined population of West Bay and Bordentown. And whereas the 2021 census also reports that there are over 19,000 private vehicles in Georgetown, meaning that almost 40% of the residents in Georgetown own a car. And whereas the Red Bay and Prospect constituencies are among the fastest growing and most populous communities in Georgetown. And whereas the roads in the Red Bay and Prospect communities are heavily traveled, not just by residents of those two constituencies, but also by traffic traveling to and from the eastern districts. And whereas the Red Bay and Prospect constituencies are home to 6 schools, including 3, Lighthouse School, Red Bay Primary, and the Achievement Center, along the busy stretch of Shamrock Road from Brown's on the Run gas station to the Tomlinson roundabout. And whereas there is inadequate provision of sidewalks along the aforementioned roads. And whereas the elected member from Red Bay, yours truly, receives many complaints of near misses, dangerous driving, and in particular speeding along Red Bay and Prospect constituency roads, particularly on Shamrock Road, Marina Drive, Selkirk Drive, and Abbey Way. And whereas such dangerous driving poses risk to life and limb in what are family communities with many people, including children, walking, cycling, as well as traveling on motorbikes and electric scooters. And whereas the constituencies of Red Bay and Prospect Park have been the scene of fatal motor vehicle accidents over the years, the most recent being a fatal single-car collision on Mangrove Avenue in February of 2022. And whereas it is the responsibility of government to ensure the safety of public roads, including the provision of sidewalks in heavily traveled areas, specifying places to overtake safely, safe speed limits, and appropriate traffic calming measures. Be it therefore resolved that in order to ensure the safety of the roads in the Red Bay and Prospect communities, as a matter of urgency, the government do consider authorizing and instructing the responsible agency or agencies to provide sidewalks in heavily traveled areas and suitable traffic calming measures, including speed humps as required generally, but especially along Selkirk Drive, Abbey Way, and Marina Drive.
Is there a seconder of the motion? The elected member for Georgetown South.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise to second the motion brought by the Honourable Member for Red Bay. Private Member's motion number 1, number 11, 2022-2023.
The motion has been moved and seconded and is now open for debate. Does the mover of the motion wish to speak thereto?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Yes, I do, indeed. Madam Speaker, the Red Bay and Prospect constituencies are really part of one big community, collectively the largest single residential area in the entire Cayman Islands. The constituency lines between Red Bay and Prospect are probably more artificial in nature than any of the other constituencies, in that the lines have simply been drawn to try to ensure similar numbers of constituents or voters in each constituency. But in many respects, they're all really part of one community. So much so that we have, or we had, an association called the Prospect and Red Bay Community Group, which still operates on 2 WhatsApp chat platforms discussing matters of concern across both of these constituencies. Indeed, Madam Speaker, the line is so artificial in nature that particularly along Marina Drive, I represent, as the member for Red Bay, one side of Marina Drive, and the Minister for Health and Wellness, the member for Prospect, represents the other side of the road. That's how closely interlinked these two communities are. As I said in the motion, Madam Speaker, there are 6 schools in the Prospect and Red Bay communities, and therefore there is a lot of traffic and are a lot of children moving up and down from those schools in the morning and in the afternoon when school is out. There are not sufficient sidewalks, particularly along that stretch of the road from Red Bay Primary up to the junctions with Prospect Drive and Marina Drive. And there are no sidewalks whatsoever along Marina Drive, which is the most traveled, heavily traveled road in the entire Prospect and community area. Madam Speaker, when I became the representative for Red Bay 10 years ago now, 10 years? No, 6. 6 years ago. But I've been the representative for Georgetown for 22, overall for 22 and a half years now, and I have lived in Prospect Park for more than 31 years. So I know the area very, very well. Most of the roads in the Prospect and Red Bay constituencies, what have become those constituencies, were in bad shape. Marina Drive in particular had lots of potholes, flooding all the time. So over the course of the time that I have been a representative of Red Bay, we've worked hard to bring those roads up to standard, and most of the main thoroughfares, Marina Drive, Mangrove Avenue, Prospect Drive, Victory Avenue, Selkirk Drive, Abbey Way, all now have, to use the fancy term, a pavement of asphaltic concrete, or Barber Green as we used to call it in the old days. So the roads are generally in very good shape. In the last few years of my last term, we went an extra mile and did work as well on Admiral's Landing Road. And so the roads in the Prospect and community areas, communities are in generally very good shape. But unfortunately, the law of unintended consequences has never been repealed. And one of the unintended consequences of that was that some of them are used or have been used as raceways. And we have a lot of issues and concerns with speeding. Further, because of the traffic congestion, many people now, not just now, but in recent years, rather than coming down the East-West Arterial or Crichton Boulevard, or whatever we want to call it, to the Tomlinson roundabout, will turn off on Poindexter, turn right on Poindexter, just in the area of Prospect Primary and the SEFA football field, and go that way through Poindexter and come out, turn on to Siberia Avenue and then on to Mahogany Way, or go around, or go all the way down Ammon Avenue and turn left onto Marina Drive. The point I'm trying to make with this, Madam Speaker, is there's a lot of traffic up and down those roads. And one of the consequences has been speeding. Now, in February of last year, we had recently done Mangrove Avenue, paved Mangrove Avenue, and along comes a young man speeding. I shouldn't make those judgments, but I believe that's what everyone will conclude. Ran into a concrete wall and unfortunately died in consequence. Since then, the government moved swiftly to put in speed humps there, and I'm not hearing many issues, although that's not my constituents, it's just a road over from where I live, so I hear what's going on over there. And that doesn't seem to be a big issue there. But Marina Drive continues to pose a major challenge. And I don't want to wish to speak this into being, but unless we do something about the speeding and reckless driving on Marina Drive, somebody's going to get killed. I have no doubt in my mind about it. I see it, I watch it, plus I get the reports. Now, I've heard all sorts of excuses put forward why speed humps shouldn't be, traffic calming measures shouldn't be put in there, because it's going to affect emergency vehicles. It's going to affect those who are pulling boats on trailers, because, of course, the marina is right at the very end. All of it, Madam Speaker, I believe to be nonsense, because there are countless roads in Cayman that have speed humps where people live and the emergency vehicles get to them. And even if this were a concern, I still would say that there's a responsibility by government, by the NRA, by the police and traffic to ensure the safety of those roads. And if speed humps are not the way to go, then please find some other measure, because we will all come here to this house and do as is done almost every day, send out our condolences to the families on the loss of some life that was lost unnecessarily in these circumstances. We'll go around to the families as good representatives do and offer condolences and assistance and stand up in church and read the obituary and the tributes. But let's not have to get to that point in relation to these roads in Red Bay and Prospect. Let us, as a parliament, resolve and let the government, as the government, take the necessary action to avoid these quite predictable consequences if we continue not to act. And so my plea to the government is to approve this motion, consider the matter carefully, and act expeditiously. I thank you, Madam Speaker.
Does any other member wish to speak? The Honourable Minister for Health and Wellness.
Madam Speaker, thank you. And it is indeed an honour to sit on this side of this chamber and hear my friend, but more so right now, my constituent, batting for works to be done within our respective constituencies. Having lived there from for over, 17, 18 years, and being a very active member in the community as a whole, I concur with the member from Red Bay, to which I am his constituent, that it is so ironic we are one family. And as I have been preaching from the day I got in this house, there are certain things where no lines, political lines, boundaries abound, and that's exactly what has been demonstrated on this floor here tonight. Now, I must admit, and I agree, that my representative really did a lot of works in Red Bay. And how it is divided, I must say, Prospect was neglected. There are roads and infrastructure needs within the Prospect constituency that has been neglected, and it has been proven for over 20 years. And within the first year, I thank my colleague and friend, the Honorable J.E. Banks, for assisting me in getting Raven Avenue, Bedrock Circle, off Spots Newlands Road, beginning works of a part 2 that is coming, because for decades, the roads in that area and drains were non-existent. Young Caymanians, young families made huge investments in the back of Raven Avenue into their first homes. And during Ida and Grace, I knew what I saw when you have the regiment going down in there and big wheel trucks having to turn around because of how high the standing water was. But today, Madam Speaker, I am pleased, and thanks to the support of my colleagues and the tireless work of the NRA crew, for coming to my call and have installed drains within that area, the Bedrock Circle area. And there's much more work to be done, because what's missing now is the installation of a wastewater management pump system that I have been speaking with my colleague, Minister for Infrastructure and Works, and more culverts for the injection wells, for the culverts now to also be put in to allow the water to drain out of that area and into, I think, some of the dikes on the opposite side of the road, which would be headed to the North Sound. It's quite interesting because on the previous motion that was so heavily debated, I see the need of improving our infrastructure, but I also cringe in fear. Cringe in fear for my people. Cringe in fear for my children, those children, and I share the sentiments of my honorable colleague and friend, Minister of Education, whom I've personally written to, asking for something to be looked into for the safety of our children who stand at the top of Adventure Street and Norfolk every morning. And here we are in preparation for the extension of the East-West Arterial, putting in another lane. But I am speaking now to my other colleague and friend, Minister Ebanks, to make sure that we put in the necessary infrastructure for drainage, but more so the necessarily and so badly needed soft shoulder infrastructure for our children to be dropped off and picked up safely. That may be required in collaboration with working with the school and the contracts that is entered in within these school bus drivers. Is it a case where we are expanding our roads on this highway if we are going to take people's property by going into the backyard? Because again, I don't know if it was the lack thereof of foresight when these bypasses were being put in. We hear constantly, light poles are now being placed. Where are the underground infrastructure? Why are we still running power lines above? Where are the bicycle lanes? Where are those sidewalks that we're now strongly advocating for some of the inner roads within the Red Bay Prospect constituency? But this is something, Madam Speaker, that has been screamed from the voices and hearing the cries of the parents. Inclement weather is coming now. The rainy season is upon us. What happens? We have to look at things differently. But more so, my concern is really moving forward with all the infrastructure and works that is going on right now within the Red Bay and Prospect constituency area, because that's a drive-through for everyone coming from the eastern districts. Where is the future planning for our persons using the roads and especially bus stop facilities? So it is my pleasure to support my elected member, my representative, as being a constituent of Red Bay, to support this motion, but definitely to extend it farther and hoping that when those persons are contracted to carry out the works and improvements for the safety and well-being of all commuters and users of our roadways internally, that they look futuristic, but more so look at putting in the necessary infrastructure for swales to be constantly cleared, culverts, and definitely, where possible, either change the drop-off and pick-up of those using public transport, including those of schools, for the school children, but definitely having bus shelters strategically placed as well. Thank you for allowing me to speak.
Does any other member wish to speak? Does any other member wish to speak? The elected member for Georgetown South.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. My contribution will be very brief. As the mover of the motion has done a great job in laying out the case with reasons why this motion should be supported by all in this House. I thank the member for Red Bay for bringing this important and necessary motion. It is an important motion, Madam Speaker, and yes, it is urgent and necessary, for it addresses an increasing concern amongst many of us in this House, and in particular those that reside on Selkirk Drive, Abbey Way, and Marina Drive. A concern about keeping the people on our roads safe, and as far as possible, keeping them alive, Madam Speaker. A concern about speeding, especially within our communities, that endangers the lives of people walking and biking, especially our children. The motion speaks to having 6 schools in the Red Bay constituency. Madam Speaker, my constituency have at least 9 schools, and I receive representation from my constituents on a regular basis about the safety issues on Walker's Road in terms of the traffic and the speeding. The safety of our children and indeed our people is paramount. Indeed, it is one of the primary responsibilities of a government. Many of the roads in our older communities are relatively narrow, particularly in Georgetown, Bodentown, and West Bay. Automobiles or even motorbikes speeding down narrow streets and around corners can become a dangerous weapon. We have seen too many hit-and-run accidents, especially with cars hitting cyclists. This past week and over recent months, we have seen too many vehicular accidents that have claimed our people's lives. At the start of this meeting, Madam Speaker, you kindly allowed us to remember some of our constituents that have passed on. One of those was a young man, my constituent, whose life was taken tragically as a result of yet another accident on our roads. Again, we in this House extend condolences to his family. This motion, Madam Speaker, reminds us that it is also the government's responsibility to ensure people's safety on our public roads. This includes the provision of sidewalks in heavily traveled areas, deciding on appropriate speed limits for roads, and yes, putting in place appropriate traffic calming measures. But perhaps we do not always remember that keeping people safe on our streets is as important as all the other safety responsibilities of the government. There is a reason why a speed bump used to be called a sleeping policeman. Madam Speaker, because it was to help slow cars down that were speeding. Perhaps we need to return to calling them that. Perhaps we need to be reminded of that. But sadly, Madam Speaker, perhaps we are reminded when we have lost a life. I do not know if it is just an NRA policy or whether it is the law, Madam Speaker, that you need 75% of the people on a street to agree to install a sleeping policeman before it can be done. But this Parliament can send a different message, a message where the MP for a constituency identifies a traffic calming problem and recommends that NRA take the proposal seriously and act. Because I know that at times it's very difficult to get 75% of the people on the street. And it has to be, I think, the owners of the homes to agree to have a sleeping policeman installed. Madam Speaker, this motion does not call for that, but I hope that if we are agreeable, we can amend it to do so. But if not, then at least do what the motion calls for and consider requiring the NRA to build sidewalks and install traffic calming devices on the most traveled roads, especially those within our small communities. That includes my own, Madam Speaker. So, Madam Speaker, I promise to be brief. This is not a political motion, and I think all of us should support this motion. We all have similar issues in our constituencies. I thank you, Madam Speaker.
The elected member for Georgetown North.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Save you the energy of asking if anyone wants to speak. Madam Speaker, I just want to say a few things in support of this motion and recognizing ones having lived at the bottom of Marina Drive as well, how busy those roads are and the communities that live in there. And taking it even further, Madam Speaker, we're encouraging people. First of all, if we're encouraging our children to go outside and get exercise, those people living in apartments and without large yards, you can't even trust your kids to go out and ride their bikes anywhere. You know, and this is why kids are stuck inside on Xboxes or sitting around watching TV, because you can't even go outside anymore, and our parents can't allow their kids to go out and ride their bikes or run up and down on the roads like we used to, because it just isn't safe. And Madam Speaker, as a former minister, I can tell you, and I know that the current minister will have a challenge as well, because it is a cultural change. It's a mindset change. Madam Speaker, we introduced during my time the complete streets methodology, or when building a new road, we wanted to introduce complete streets methodology. But in the current roads, which were built quite small at the time because they didn't think about it, we do what we call a shared street methodology. But even just getting the engineers and the technocrats to understand, and getting our people to understand that the streets are built for the movement of people. The first roads were built for bicycles and donkeys. Then somebody brought in a car, they had to make the road a little bigger. Then we brought in the bigger trucks and the roads had to get even bigger. They had to put, you remember we had to get taller light poles to bring in taller vehicles. So over the years, the need has grown and the culture has changed from the movement of people to building roads for vehicles and for vehicles to move quickly. But guess what? We got so many vehicles now that we can't even move quickly. We're sitting in traffic all the time. And then when people are frustrated and they get on these side roads, they hit the gas. We see it everywhere. And it's a cultural thing. When we build the roads from the beginning, from the onset, we have to build the roads for the safety of everyone using the road, whether you are in a car, a truck, a bicycle, skateboard, or a donkey. It does not matter. You have to build a road for the movement of people, and no matter how those people are moving, you have to protect them. And of course, Madam Speaker, I know that we also have to, the move of this motion is a keen cyclist, and we know that there's also the need for pedestrians and cyclists, and perhaps even those on horses and donkeys, to understand the road laws themselves and to be courteous when they are also using the road, riding your bicycle on the right side, walking on the right side, wearing bright clothing, wearing your helmet, etc. So there has to be a cultural change and a holistic approach to this across the board. Madam Speaker, my own community, Washington Boulevard, as we call it, commonly referred to as a swamp. In the old days, the roads were built. It was a very tight community, but there were families, single families living in the homes. A lot of those families have moved out, and those homes that used to have 3, maybe 4 people in the home have now been divided up, and there may be 8 people staying in that home. So we have multiplied, and the population continues to multiply as people add on, which is a traditional thing for Caymanians to do, add on a few rooms. That's your pension. You rent those out. That's what you can retire on. But also people moving on, moving out, and then dividing up the home to rent it out for long-term rentals. And so the population there has grown. The vehicles parked on the side of the streets have become an issue because the house was not built to accommodate 5 or 6 people driving vehicles. Madam Speaker, as we sat here this evening, just a while ago, the 3rd accident in 2 months on Kennedy Drive in Washington Boulevard, a 3-car pileup this evening. How do you get a 3-car pileup in a very busy residential neighborhood like that? You know, it is tight enough already. You know, one of the issues we also had, Madam Speaker, and in particular in the Washington Boulevard, and the minister always says you may never ask him for anything, but I'm going to tell him this evening, we desperately need help down in there, and the people in Waters Road desperately need help. But we have 2 other issues. In Washington Boulevard, traffic calming measures such as sleeping policemen would be great, but over the years in previous governments and times were tough, a lot of chip and spray was used, and you can't put road markings on a chip and spray. So a lot of those roads do not have proper road markings for people to see. I know the accident just about 2 weeks ago was another constituent, was an elderly man, a constituent of mine from Rockhole, and he was being a good Samaritan and giving someone a ride home from the hospital. And he dropped her off. On his way out, he didn't realize he had reached the main Washington Boulevard and drove straight into a truck. And he was very, very fortunate he didn't receive any major injuries. But there's no road markings. You can't even see the stop sign. There's no road markings on the ground. The lighting can be fairly poor when it's not a full moon or when it's a new moon. So those are the issues we need, you know, whether it's we just do the intersections at the moment out of asphalt, that we can put down proper markings. Some of them may need those the stop lights with the lights on it, the stop sign with the lights on it. And also the very same thing in Waters Road, Slate Drive, which is a very popular passage for people working on the 7 Mile Beach to go through. They have some repairs. This same thing happened in Washington Boulevard, by the way. Repairs by the utility companies, the water companies, and then once they patch back, if they patch back where they repaired, they don't put back down the markings and the lines on the road. So I rise just to give some further examples of you know, the challenges we all face and the cultural change that we need to see when we build our roads and in protecting all users of the roads. And I look forward to supporting this motion.
Does any other member wish to speak? Member for Savannah, thank you. It's getting late.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I realize we're at the hour of just after 10, so I shall be brief as well. Madam Speaker, I rise to support private members' motion number 11 of 2022 to 2023, implementing traffic calming and safety measures along roads in Red Bay and Prospect areas. Member for Red Bay, I hear you. In the community of Savannah, one of the fastest growing communities, we're suffering with the same issues on Shamrock Road. The member mentioned 6 schools in his area. In the Savannah community, we have the Joanna Clark Primary School and 2 infant schools, churches who accommodate after-school programs where many children attend. Madam Speaker, my heart is in my mouth when I witness the reckless speeding on our roads. And tell me, where are they going? It is no reason for them to be traveling at such a speed. I'm so afraid there will be a major accident one day. Almost daily, we experience a bang up in the Savannah area. It is beyond me that speeding continues at such an inconsiderate speed. And to think, Madam Speaker, right in front of the Savannah Joanna Clark Primary School, there are flashing lights indicating that it's a school and you're to slow down. Not even to those flashing lights does this slow some of the reckless drivers. Madam Speaker, we also have a play field on Pedro Castle Road, and that road is a racetrack. We place signs so that it will slow the drivers down. We call the police, and the speeding continues. I too here am begging for assistance that we've been asking for many years. Madam Speaker, again, I'm happy to support this motion. I thank you.
Does any other member wish to speak? Does any other member wish to speak? The Honourable Minister for Planning and Infrastructure.
Madam Speaker, I promise I will make this very short because I see we still got a lot of business to do, and everybody said they don't want to be here till another 2 a.m. again. Madam Speaker, I rise to support this motion, private member motion 2022-2023, implementing the traffic calming safety measures along the roads of Red Bay and Prospect. Madam Speaker, I've seen that just hearing this I think this motion has expanded from Red Bay to Savannah to in Georgetown North, and now I hear Bordentown West, so I assume then everybody's in support of expanding in our budget at the same time. So we're happy to get it done. And now I'm hearing the colleague from West Bay saying the same thing too. Madam Speaker, it concerns me that we have to come here with a motion to talk about this. Madam Speaker, this should be something that we see and we just call it in and say, look, it needs to be fixed. As the member for Georgetown South did say. Madam Speaker, I understand what the member for Georgetown South is also talking about, that you have to get 75% of the people that are in a lane to sign just to get a speed bump, because me, myself, I have to do some walking just this week for a particular road in our side that people have asked me about a speed bump. So, Madam Speaker, I am very happy. As everybody always know, my door is always open to everybody, including Sir Alden, but he's never came to look for me yet. So, the member from Red Bay. So I'm inviting him to come to see me, or I'm coming to see him this week with my NRA team so that we can take a tour through the Red Bay and Prospect area. And also, I'm going to carry my colleague with me, the Minister of Health, so that they make sure that it's just road works we're talking about. Really? So at least I had some backup there. But, Madam Speaker, I do agree with every single thing that everybody has said here. And I do tell you, I will be definitely looking into, because the last thing I want to hear is that we were here tonight talking about this. And then to hear that something has happened. Right? Madam Speaker, no matter what, politics one side, everybody in here, they are all our people. We represent them all. Some may be on one side of the road, some may be on the other side, but they are still our Caymanian people. So, just to make this short, I am in 100% full support of this motion, and I look forward to our road tour along with my chief officer, my deputy chief officer, the director of NRA, and the board chairman and the other board members and my colleagues. We will be bringing the full people out to see, because to show that we take this very seriously. And definitely, we will definitely make sure we bring a photographer, Mr. Member from Red Bay. So yes, ma'am, I put my support, and I do know my team at the NRA definitely will be supporting this also, because they have talked about a lot of traffic calming measures. And I'm just glad now that the member have reached out to us, and so that we could actually work together to solve the problems in his area. Took him a little while to find me, but he found me. He might not have wanted to, but he found me now. So, and Mr. Hugh, I've always asked, as he said before, I've told him, he said, you don't tell me if you want anything done in the area, and I've always opened my arms to him and said, look, Joey, I have mad respect for you, but you never tell me that you want anything done. So he listed it out again. So Joey, what I want to tell you is that when our team is actually finished from the Prospect to Red Bay area doing all of their research and what they have to do, not to jam my next week up, but we will be extending our arms out to you to come to your constituency also, to take a look and do a drive-through with you to see how we can fix your matters. And Ms. Heather, I know you have been reaching out to us about this gully in Savannah. And oh boy, I'm hoping this is a Pandora box now. It looks like we're going to have to do an SPS for this in our area now. But we will make sure that we get around to everybody to talk about these safety measures that we can actually help. But it may not just be only a NRA thing. It may be something that we have to look at in the planning laws also, of new subdivisions that are coming online, how we can actually help mitigate some of those risks so that it is done from the upfront. I thank you all.
Thank you, Honourable Minister. Before I call on any other members to speak, just a few housekeeping rules. Just want to remind members not to call individuals by their names, and also just for my personal preference, I'm just asking members to assume that your mics don't have lights So if you want to speak, just stand and I will acknowledge you, because I didn't see your mic earlier, Minister. Thank you. Does any other member wish to speak? Does any other member wish to speak? Does any other member wish to speak? I'll now call on the mover of the motion to exercise your right of reply.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I want to thank all members of the House whom have spoken for their support, and not just support, but enthusiastic support. And for those who haven't spoken, for their tacit support. I just want, and I thank the member from Georgetown South for reminding me of this issue with which I have a big problem. This policy of the NRA of needing 75% of the residents of a particular street to agree before they put in a traffic calming measure. It's not in the regulations, it's not in the law, it's a practice. And I understand why, because a lot of people object to having to go over speed bumps or even speed humps, which are the more gentle ones. But when we are talking about safety matters, matters which literally can mean the difference between life and death, we can't ask whether or not somebody likes what we're doing. If we are in charge of government, and we are in charge of public safety and safety on the roads, we've got to do what is the right thing. Otherwise, government is arguably liable. So I really hope, Minister Ebanks, that the NRA can be persuaded that an objective assessment must be made for whether a traffic calming measure, whatever they plan to use, they're the experts, not me or you, needs to be employed. I'm sure that's what happened on High Rock Drive, because we had 2 fatal accidents. Because the boys, actually I didn't used to race up there, but I used to go to watch the races up there. I saw 2 really bad accidents happen there. But they put in speed humps, which I curse every day that I have to drive over them to get to my farm, but I understand why they're there. So that's what has to be first and foremost in the minds of the NRA, is not whether Mrs. Jones in number 3 house on Prospect Drive is unhappy, but whether or not the children are safer as a result of those measures having been employed. So I don't really have much more to say about this, Madam Speaker, except again to thank Minister Ebanks for his kind offer of doing a tour of those 2 constituencies, and collectively the Minister of Health, Prospect Rep, and I can perhaps assist in pointing out where we think certain things should happen. Both of us know the respective constituencies extremely well. As I said, I've lived there for more than 31 years, so I didn't need to become a rep to know what's happening in there. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Question is, be it therefore resolved that in order to ensure the safety of the roads in the Red Bay and Prospect communities, as a matter of urgency, the government do consider authorizing and instructing the responsible agency or agencies to provide sidewalks in heavily traveled areas and suitable traffic common measures, including speed humps as required generally, but especially along Selkirk Drive, Abbey Way, and Marina Drive. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Those against, no. The ayes have it. Private members' motion number 11 of 2022-2023 is duly passed.
Madam Speaker, did I miss the opportunity for a division?
I'm just asking. If I have, I accept.
You have.
Private members' motion number 12 of 2022-2023, requiring the introduction of school buses for private schools, to be moved by the elected member for Red Bay and seconded by the elected member for Georgetown North.
The elected member for Red Bay.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm tempted to say I'm on a roll, but I'm not quite so sure yet. One doesn't count as a roll. Private members' motion number 12 of the 2022-23 session, entitled Requiring the Introduction of School Buses for Private Schools. Whereas the issue of traffic and traffic delays, especially during the morning rush hour, continues to be a major concern to everyone in these islands, and whereas this House has debated the issue recently, and some members of this House have held public meetings on the topic, and whereas the Premier has recently noted his desire to remove up to 1,000 cars from the roads to help alleviate the traffic congestion, and whereas during periods when schools are not in session, there is a noticeable reduction in traffic during the usual morning rush hours, and whereas the June 2020 report by a Committee on Vehicle Importation and Transportation included a recommendation to mandate private schools to purchase their own school buses for transporting students to school or utilize the services of private sector companies providing this service. And whereas it is acknowledged by the experts that solving Cayman's traffic issues will require the use of communal means of transport, including car sharing, use of public transport and other means such as the private schools providing busing options for their students. Be it therefore resolved that as a matter of urgency the government consider mandating private schools to provide busing options for their students by either purchasing their own school buses or utilizing the services of the private sector companies providing the service. And be it further resolved that in furtherance of the foregoing resolution, the government consider offering duty concession incentives to private schools if they seek to purchase their own buses.
Is there a seconder of the motion? The elected member for Georgetown North.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I rise to second private member's motion number 12, 2022-2023, a motion on requiring the introduction of school buses for private schools.
The motion has been moved and seconded and is now open for debate. Does the mover of the motion wish to speak thereto?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I sure do. Madam Speaker, we have had long debate in this House today, contentious but necessary, about this vexing problem of traffic congestion. Madam Speaker, I also have in my hand a report from the Cayman Compass newspaper entitled Special Report Rethinking Rush Hour, Sustainable Solutions Needed for Traffic Challenge, written by my friend James Whitaker and quoting extensively from the former Minister of Public Transport, the Honorable Kenneth Bryan, in which article the following quote from him appears: "I can't promise the people that this is going to have an immediate effect on traffic, but I can promise that this government is going to try to fix this long-term problem that has been created by previous administrations so that we can get long-term benefits in the future. What he is speaking about is an improved public transport system. But he acknowledges right up front that this is not a short-term fix. What we spoke about, what we debated in this House for hours, and almost caused the Premier to have an apoplectic fit. That is the extension of the East-West Arterial, is also not a short-term fix. These, even if the minister receives the necessary approvals and the funding on Monday, he won't, during this term, see that extension completed. I'm not guessing. You know how long we've been at Linford Pearson? 8 years plus 2. We've been battling with that. So, we must, I believe, look at all of the means by which we can alleviate the congestion, all of them. But one which seems to everybody who just pays attention and lives in Cayman, that seems such a relatively easy and quick fix, is requiring the private schools to do what the government schools do, which is bus their students. It will remove thousands of cars off of those roads at that particular time. We don't have to guess about this. For years and years, everybody says, oh, you can always tell when school is out because it was an easy ride into town this morning. I can say, Madam Speaker, that we had started that initiative just before COVID. We'd started having the discussions with some of the private schools. I can't tell you they were enthusiastic about it, not the ones that I spoke to, including my own sister, who runs the biggest private school in Cayman, because they worry about costs, and they worry about what their parents, as they call them, what their parents, parents of their students, are going to say. Because nobody wishes to be inconvenienced. That's the thing with Cayman. No, sir. I must have it my way. Everybody else must do what is necessary, but not me. Because this is the only time of the day I have with my child. I need to have that half an hour, 40 minutes, whatever it is, while I'm driving the child to school. But, Madam Speaker, we have, I believe, not me anymore because I'm not in charge of anything, but the government needs to have that difficult conversation with the private schools. I had gone so far in my earlier discussions with them to even suggest to my colleagues when I was Premier that even if government had to pay for the busing of private school students, we should do so because of the overall benefit to the public, to all of us, by taking those many cars off the road at that particular time. We have time, I believe. It is end of April now, to gear up, have the schools gear up for the beginning of the next school year. They don't have to go by buses. There are 1, 2, 3, 4, at least 4 companies that provide this service. If you give them three months' notice, they'll have buses here, ready to roll. Some of the private schools already utilize them for field trips and so forth. It's an easy fix. Easy in the sense of, we know if we do that, it's going to, some of the people are going to be difficult about it,
but we just pass the necessary legislation. That's what we're here for. We nearly killed the premier just now because we're not doing something that we need to do because it's taking so long. This one can fix easy. And so, Madam Speaker, I am not going to make a big, long talk about it. It is, of all of the solutions that we have seen, it is the one that can be most swiftly and cheaply implemented and give a huge bang for the government buck. As a parliament, I hope, I pray, I entreat you all to support this and then for the cabinet to take it forward. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Does any other member wish to speak? The Honourable Deputy Premier.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I rise on behalf of the government to lend their support to this motion seeking a consideration. As the Honourable Member from Red Bay did intimate, under the last government we did engage in these negotiations, and I think it was almost an understatement to say that they didn't go quite well. In fact, they're vigorously defended. So from a voluntary basis, unless the leaders of the schools and the parents of the students have drastically changed, we're probably going to get the same reception. This time it has been upped a bit because I think the Honourable Member does recollect and recognize that they will not be voluntold. They would have to be from a statutory perspective. So as the Honourable Minister for Plahe invited him to do road tours, I guess it would be remiss of me not to invite him to utilize his negotiation skills and affinity associations as we try to engage in, first of all, a consultative process to see if we can bring them on board. It'll be much easier for the public schools subject to the requisite financing because from a majority perspective, most of our public schools do bus their children, but there's still some that do not bus because for the same reasons as was indicated. Some parents see it as quality time with their children, and sometimes the only time that they get to spend with their children to and fro to the schools. But I think it's a necessary goal, especially in Grand Cayman, where there is quite a number of traffic woes, and if this could assist, the government is certainly willing to investigate and consider, and I look forward to the appropriate financing because I do not have it within my existing allocations. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. The elected member for West Bay West.
Madam Speaker, I want to support this motion. I just have a query because some private schools have great difficulty in financing and have to look to government to supplement their budget. And what I am would seek to find out is if we mandate this, and while we would offer a concession, the first thing is they've got to be able to buy it. So what would we consider then? Consider offering them to help them purchase, because definitely some of the private schools are, as I said, are looking to government for supplementing their budget for different things that they do need. I certainly want to support the motion and will support the motion, but I would like to hear what, if they can't and we mandate, then what's going to happen?
The elected member for Georgetown North.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, as a second motion, I obviously would like to lend my support to the motion, and also to say I think that perhaps we can have a start, or we can start the conversation with the possibility of sharing the public school buses as a young man growing up in Northwest Point, I rode the school bus to Walker's Road, and there was actually a gate between Cayman Prep School, as where it is now, was a primary school, where Cayman Prep High is now, and the John Gray High School. And so I would exit the school bus at John Gray High School and walk through the gate to Cayman Prep. So in instances like that with on Walker's Road with John Gray and Cayman Prep and Cayman Catholic School, and maybe the buses can move on to CCC, there could be possibilities for students coming from outside of Georgetown to share the public school bus services.
Does any other member wish to speak? Does any other member wish to speak? Does any other member wish to speak? I'll now call on the mover of the motion to exercise his right of reply.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Again, Madam Speaker, I wish to thank the Minister, speaking on behalf of the government, for her ready endorsement of the motion, noting as she has the difficulties that we know this is going to involve in terms of negotiating with the schools. But to the point raised by the member from West Bay West, I did say that when we had the discussions during our administration, I did say to my colleagues, I think that the national good that this will do warrants, I believe, government paying for the service, even if it comes to that. Because, as I said, I can't think, and not just me, none of us could think of any other single measure that in one fell swoop would reduce that amount of vehicles from the roads during the customary rush hours, particularly in the morning. And if that's what's necessary, I doubt that there are going to be many people in the country who would think it's a bad idea, as I say, except those who feel that they're being inconvenienced because they can't drive their kids to school. But as has been noted in another debate in this House just this week, we know of many, many instances where families of children who go to private school buy a car or Honda Fit, something, for their helper or nanny or whatever they call her to drive their children to and fro school. That's another set of cars on the road that otherwise might not be necessary. And so, Madam Speaker, I'm happy for the support. I will listen anxiously to hear public utterances by my good friend, the Deputy Premier and Minister for Education. In due course, starting on Monday, I'll monitor all the airwaves and all of the platforms, social media, and otherwise. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The question is, be it therefore resolved that as a matter of urgency, the government consider mandating private schools to provide busing options for their students by either purchasing their own school buses or utilizing the services of the private sector companies providing this service. And be it further resolved that in furtherance of foregoing resolution, the government consider offering duty concession initiatives to provide to private schools if they seek to purchase their own buses. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Those against, no. The ayes have it. Private member's motion number 12 of 2022-2023 is now duly passed.
Private member's motion number 13 of 2022-2023, motion on free health care for children and seniors, to be moved by the elected member for Bontown West and seconded by the elected member for West Bay West.
The elected member for Bordentown West.
Madam Speaker, I rise to move private member's motion number 13 of 2022-2023 that's standing in my name. And the motion reads as follows, Madam Speaker. Motion on free health care for children and seniors. Whereas Section 17 of the Cayman Islands Constitution, Order 2009, calls for the protection of children. And whereas Section 17.1c, and whereas Section 17.1 of the Cayman Islands Constitution, Order 2009, requires the legislature to enact laws to provide every child and young person under the age of 18 with such facilities as would aid in their growth and development. And whereas Section 17.1c of the Cayman Islands Constitution, Order 2009, requires the legislature to ensure that every child has the right to basic health care services. And whereas Section 17.2 of the Cayman Islands Constitution, Order 2009, requires the legislator to proceed on the basis that a child's best interests are of paramount importance. And whereas the Cayman Islands Constitution affirms our commitment to being a country that provides a comprehensive health care system, and whereas the Cayman Islands Constitution affirms our commitment to being a country committed to the democratic values of human dignity, equality, and freedom, be it therefore resolved that the government considers implementing free basic health care services for children by the 1st of September 2024, and be it further resolved that government considers implementing free basic health care services for Caymanian seniors above the age of 70 by 1st of July 2024, and be it further resolved that the government considers implementing free basic health care services for Caymanian seniors above the age of 68 by 1st of July 2025.
Is there a seconder? Elected member for West Bay West.
Madam Speaker, I beg to second private member's motion number 13.
The motion has been moved and seconded and is now open for debate. Does the mover of the motion wish to speak?
Most definitely, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, the book of Ezekiel teaches us, woe be unto the shepherd that feeds himself and not the flock. Should the shepherd not feed the flock? Madam Speaker, the World Health Organization defines health as a state of complete physical, mental, and social well-being, and not merely the absence of disease or infirmity. On their website, Madam Speaker, the World Health Organization says that they are firmly committed to the principles set out in the preamble of their constitution. Those principles say, the enjoyment of the highest attainable standard of health is one of the fundamental rights of every human being without distinction of race, religion, political belief, economic, or social condition. It goes on to also say, Madam Speaker, the health of all peoples is fundamental to the attainment of peace and security and is dependent on the fullest cooperation of individuals and states. It also says, Madam Speaker, the achievement of any state in the promotion and protection of health is of value to all. Another principle, Madam Speaker, is unequal development in different countries in the promotion of health and control of diseases, especially communicable diseases, is a common danger. Healthy development of the child is of basic importance. The ability to live harmoniously in a changing total environment is essential to such development. The extension to all peoples of the benefits of medical, psychological, and related knowledge is essential to the fullest attainment of health. Informed opinion and active cooperation on the part of the public are of the utmost importance in the improvement of the health of the people. Madam Speaker, it also goes on to say, governments have a responsibility for the health of their peoples, which can be fulfilled only by the provision of adequate health and social measures. Madam Speaker, those principles that I outlined earlier were actually first drafted in 1946 and approved in 1948. So as you can see, Madam Speaker, this is not something that is new. It is something that's been around for many, many decades. Madam Speaker, the World Health Organization has also stated that achieving universal health care is a strategic priority with a goal of 1 billion more people benefiting from universal health coverage by 2025. And for ease of reference, Madam Speaker, the World Health Organization says that universal health coverage means that all people have access to the full range of quality health services they need when and where they need them without financial hardship. It covers the full continuum of essential health services, from health promotion to prevention, treatment, rehabilitation, and palliative care. Madam Speaker, the World Health Organization goes on to say that every country has a different path to achieving universal health care and deciding what to cover based on the needs of their people and the resources at hand. However, the importance of access to health services and information as a basic human right is universal. To make health for all a reality, all people must have access to high-quality services for their health and the health of their families and communities. To do so, skilled health workers providing quality, people-centered care, and policymakers committed to investing in universal health coverage are essential. Madam Speaker, WHO website also goes on to say, universal health coverage requires strong, people-centered primary health care. Good health systems are rooted in the communities they serve. They focus not only on preventing and treating diseases and illness, but also on helping to improve well-being and quality of life. Madam Speaker, free or universal health care, which provides access to health services and medical treatment without financial barriers, can bring several benefits. These benefits include, Madam Speaker, improve health outcomes by allowing individuals to seek medical attention and treatment earlier, which can prevent more serious illnesses and help manage chronic conditions. Madam Speaker, another benefit is reduced financial burden on individuals and families who may otherwise struggle to afford medical care. This can lead to a reduction in medical debt and bankruptcy caused by medical expenses. Another benefit, Madam Speaker, is greater equity by helping to reduce health disparities by ensuring that everyone, regardless of their income or social status, has access to the same quality of health care. And the last two benefits that I have listed here, Madam Speaker, is increased productivity. When people have access to free health care, they are more likely to seek preventive care and manage their health, which can lead to fewer sick days and greater productivity. And the last benefit that I have listed here, Madam Speaker, is improved public health by reducing the spread of infectious diseases and other illnesses, particularly among vulnerable populations. Overall, Madam Speaker, free health care can be an important tool for promoting health equity and improving the health and well-being of individuals and communities. So, Madam Speaker, here we are in 2023. one of the largest offshore financial centers in the world with over $1 billion in revenue and income. And we are now debating to return to something that many of us in this honorable house grew up with, and that was free health care for our children. This, Madam Speaker, is something that I remember having when I was young, and I'm sure that many of you, if not all of you, should have been old enough to remember when you could have gone down to the Georgetown Hospital or whichever district clinic and received free health care. We did that, Madam Speaker, when we didn't have much. But we did that when we recognized that we were a caring community. And we recognized that we all have one life, one body, and we have to take care of it. We did that. The shocking part, Madam Speaker, is that this is one thing that was taken away from our people. And I'm sure back then the decision makers would have had a reason when they were doing it. Maybe it was an oversight. But nonetheless, it is something now on us incumbent to fix. It is something for us to put back, which is free health care for our Caymanian children. I know, Madam Speaker, just this morning I received a message from a constituent. I left my phone. But in a nutshell, Madam Speaker, nobody didn't take my phone, did it? Oh, here it is. You know, Madam Speaker, and maybe I should have pulled this up before I started, but in a nutshell, Madam Speaker, what really jumped out is when the parent said to me, and she's probably going to kill me for reading it out, no, but that's fine. She says, health insurance is among my top 5 monthly expenses. Mortgage, $2,400. House insurance, $800. CUC, $650. Health insurance for one person, $600. Car loan, $400. And she goes on to say that once her daughter basically turns a certain age, and I will leave that out just so, I guess, to protect her identity, is that she has to go out and find $900 a month to help with her child, to get insurance coverage for her child. And the reason why I mention that, Madam Speaker, is that for different reasons, which I won't get into, that child is one that has to stay at home for different reasons. And there is no way, Madam Speaker, no way that that mother, a single mother at that, would be able to, in this environment, if something was to go wrong, or God forbid something happens, to be able to take care of her child. And you know, Madam Speaker, when I look at the last census, and again, I want to thank the ESO team and the thousands of Caymanians, residents, and everyone who called the Cayman Islands home that took time out to conduct or to participate in this census exercise, something that we want to basically do once every 10 years. It shows that we do have an issue when it comes on to illness, disability, and health insurance. Madam Speaker, just to put it into, and I'm not going to go into all of this because this is already a public document, but when we look at the medically diagnosed illnesses, Madam Speaker, and when we look at the top 3, which is diabetes, arthritis, and cataract, when we actually look at the prevalence rate between male and females, Madam Speaker, just to put it in context, the overall prevalence rate for diabetes was 46.3 per 1,000. So simply put, Madam Speaker, if you put 1,000 people in a room in Cayman, 46 of them will have, or 46.3, and they can get a 0.3 person, but 46 of them would have issues with diabetes. Equally, Madam Speaker, arthritis, if you put 1,000 people in a room, 22 of them would have arthritis, and if you put 1,000 people in a room, 20 of them would have arthritis. But then, Madam Speaker, even though that's the overall number, when you look at the disparity between male and female, what really jumped out to me is that females had a higher number than the males. So in this case, Madam Speaker, for diabetes, per 1,000, you'll have 41.6 men versus 51 women. For arthritis, you have 12.5 men versus 32.3 women. And cataract, 18.6 men versus 21.7 women. The reason why I touch on that, Madam Speaker, is that when you also look at our mortality rate, we realize that women are actually living, I think, maybe 4 years more than men on average, thereabouts. Our women are living longer, but as you can see from the census, they are also having a greater issue in terms of medical issues, in terms of the diagnosis. Equally, Madam Speaker, what is even more scary, looking at the census number, when we break it up between Caymanian versus non-Caymanian, and when we consider that we have many people from all over the world that comes here, I couldn't help but notice that in every single category, although I do recognize that within our work permit system, we want to basically bring in healthy people, but at least it gives us a kind of snapshot in terms of the people that are coming here to work, or the non-Caymanian population, how they actually compare to the Caymanian population. And to put that in context, Madam Speaker, in terms of diabetes, even though there's an overall rate of 46.3, when you look at the actual Caymanian number, it is actually 66.7 versus the non-Caymanian number of 23. So in essence, well more than double what the rate is in terms of non-Caymanians. If you were to put, and just in a nutshell, Madam Speaker, I mean if you put 1,000 people in a room, and even though the overall rate may be 46, if you break between Caymanian versus non-Caymanian, then you're going to find out 66.7 of the Caymanians would have diabetes issues versus 23 non-Caymanians. Equally, Madam Speaker, arthritis, we have 36.1 for Caymanian versus 6.5 for non-Caymanian. And in terms of cataract, 28.2 for Caymanian versus 10.9 for non-Caymanian. I'm also cognizant, Madam Speaker, that as we look at the aging of our population, or the distribution of the ages within our population, that the majority of the older population are Caymanians. So naturally this number would be distorted because most of the people that we are bringing in are pretty much young, they're in their more productive years, and we wouldn't be basically bringing in much senior citizens to work compared to elsewhere. So it would be somewhat skewed when you do look at the age population and everything else. And that's one of the things, Madam Speaker, that came out of the overall SPS, is that when we start looking at our own metrics, they can look positive as if though they are world standard or best-in-class standards. But when we separate the population between Caymanian versus non-Caymanian, and we saw that with the dependency ratio, where we have an overall rate of roughly 33, 34%, but when we take out the non-Caymanian population, we find ourselves with a dependency ratio of more than 50%, which would be one of the highest in the world. So, Madam Speaker, when we sit down now and recognizing that we have people that are living longer, but in this case, we do recognize that when you do see some of the top three issues that we have here, you realize two things. One, it's a lifestyle issue. And two, at the same time, it shows certain weaknesses within our own insurance product. Because if you look, for example, Madam Speaker, at the basic SHIC plan and the amount of visits that you get and everything else, in terms of doctor visits and everything else that you have, these, you take something like vision, which is not covered, you realize that there's a cataract issue. And then we look at the times in which people are allowed certain amount of visits to the doctor. You use 1-2 visits for the year, there's a very strong possibility that you can actually miss being for diabetes or whatever. And by the time you go back, you may find it yourself probably type 2 or closer to that kind of stuff, or pre-diabetic. But the point I'm making is, Madam Speaker, is that we need to find a way to invest more in our people. And as I said yesterday during the SPS, one of the things that really jumped out to me whether we want to accept it or not. As it stands right now, the public purse is already taking the burden of most, if not all, of the majority of sick people in this country. Because one of the best health care plans you can have in this country, Madam Speaker, is actually being indigent. And once you have that, you pretty much has a blank check from the government. And again, I mean, we see the numbers. Everyone inside here is familiar by now with NGS 55, where don't care what you budget, that number gets exceeded every year, and it's a number that you can't predict. And this is where we need to sit down now, Madam Speaker, and start making the necessary structural changes to our economy to represent, in terms of when I talk about future-proofing Cayman, what is it that we want it to look like? So it's not something that I recognize that we can do immediately. It is definitely going to require some work from both Cynical, it's going to require some work for the private health insurance, and so it's going to require getting data from the different hospitals around the island and see exactly how we can finally get this to be managed. But one thing is clear, Madam Speaker, leaving it as is or business as usual is not an option. And at some point, if we inside this House recognize that health care itself is a basic human right, it is something that every person should have, then we need to find a way that once it's a right, just as with any other rights, then we have to find a way to make it accessible to everyone. And that is basically what it is that the World Health Organization has said from back in the late 1940s, and this is something now that we need to grapple with. At one point in our history, Madam Speaker, and again I can speak for when I was young and could have gone to the hospital and get free health care services. I don't know what it was like for the seniors back then. I don't know if that was the case. But I never recall seeing cases where people had issues going to the hospital. And Madam Speaker, one of the things that I can tell from personal experience, because I do have some constituents, elderly constituents, that from in the 80s and the 90s to some extent, when they had to be air ambulance off the countries and so forth, or out of the country, where government actually took liens on their homes. Government actually took, the family couldn't afford it. I know one constituent out of mine that sadly passed away, I think maybe last year, the year before. And I think they still had around $60,000 balance on their home that government had. And one of the things that the person was stressed about before they passing is that once they pass, would the government come and take their house and basically where would his elderly wife stay? I mean, these are things, Madam Speaker, that I'm hoping that by the time we get around to the budget time, the government would have at least start looking at a lot of those people that have debts from overseas medical 10, 15, 20 years going back, that we still have liens on their homes and everything else. And just to send them a letter to say, you know what, we're writing it off, because at this age and stage, they're not going to pay it. But many of them are still old, they're still elderly, and the pride in them still wants them to even pay at $25, $50 a month, or whatever it is that they can afford. But either way, we can't get up in this day and age right now where we do recognize that our people are living longer, and we do recognize that the public purse is already taking a strain as it is. And I use one example, Madam Speaker, when we looked at one CIMA report and we compared it to the Cynical report, where in 1 year, the total domestic premiums was $286 million, thereabouts. And of that amount, Cynical was $102 million for 15,100 customers. And the private sector was almost $184 million for 50,000 people. I mean, clearly, we already see that everyone inside this House knows that the civil service and civil service pensioners are actually subsidizing the retirees from the private sector. So whether you want to accept it or not, Madam Speaker, we are finding ourselves in a situation right now where most people would have worked in the private sector from 16 to 65, 49 years of their life, and when they do retire, very few companies offer post-retirement health care benefits. And in some cases, when they do have to stay on or have the option to stay on, we're talking about premiums anywhere from $1,300 to $1,600 a month. And when you factor in that the actual pension withdrawal is $1,200 a month or thereabouts, right? You can't, some cases you can't even afford to pay your health insurance. So these are the kind of things that are keeping many families awake. This is one of the things I'm sure every one of us inside here have dealt with. And there will be no silver bullet. There will be no magic bullet. This is not going to be a one-size-fits-all. It's not going to happen overnight. But what I am certain of, Madam Speaker, is that within this country and within this honorable House, we do have the natural expertise. We have people who are very smart, we have people who are very brilliant, and we can find a way to figure it out. But we have a population, Madam Speaker, that can literally fit in some stadiums in the United States. Some of the problems that we have, we shouldn't be having. And if we can't sit down and figure out what we need to do for 80,000 people in this house with the expertise that we have and the smartness that we have on our population, then we're going to have a problem. So, Madam Speaker, with that, I just want to put it out there, and I'm asking that the government have put enough time in which I know there's already work that's already been started, because I know Senegal itself is looking to even expand some of the offerings and some of the stuff that they're doing. So I think we have given enough time in which we can probably start, and also at the point of looking at phasing some things into, especially on the seniors. So rather than going full hog, one go, we start like about 70, those Caymanians above the age of 70, and then maybe a year or so you look at Caymanians above the age of 68. And it could be a situation where it could even be a little bit higher, a little bit lower, once we look at the age distribution and see exactly how we want to cover the population. But more than likely, Madam Speaker, I'm willing to bet that most of the people that we're talking about covering anyway are people that we're probably already taking care of. But one of the things that would make a big difference is that if we actually insure them as opposed to run a blank check, at least at some point, reinsurance can kick in and we can cap our losses. I think currently Senegal uses, I think, up to a $600,000 limit, and anything above that, the reinsurance kick in. But at least once we have the insurance for the people, at least we know what our cap is, and then above that, the reinsurance can kick in, as opposed to going through this situation that we have with NGS 55 every year, where you just have to guess what the number is going to be, and you don't know who's getting sick, you don't know who's going to NAU, you don't know who's becoming indigent. And we have seen many people, Madam Speaker, that have the resources, but for some of these issues that people are dealing with, cancer and the more expensive, they just can't afford it. And in some cases, once they get sick, the entire savings is gone, they're literally bankrupt. And that is one of the things that keep many people awake at night. So this is something I want the government to consider, and I will close right there, and I will thank members in advance for moving this forward. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Does any other member wish to speak? The Honourable Minister for Health and Wellness.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'll try to be as quickly as I can, understanding that the night again is drawing on, and quite sure we'll probably be doing breakfast here again. But I rise to comment on this motion brought forward by the elected member of Boddentown West and seconded by the elected member of West Bay West. And Madam Speaker, it is said that there is no keener revelation of a society's soul than the way in which it treats its children. Madam Speaker, I would, by extension, add seniors to that sentiment, as both groups have particular needs and vulnerabilities to which we, Madam Speaker, as a government and as a society must make every effort to meet and mitigate. Madam Speaker, as a people-driven, packed administration, and as the Minister of Health and Wellness, it goes without saying, Madam Speaker, that I fully support the philosophy of ensuring that everyone in the Cayman Islands can access affordable, quality health care. Madam Speaker, this is particularly true for children and the elderly, and because it is our shared philosophy that there is a fair amount of health care that is already provided to large numbers of people in both groups at no cost. Madam Speaker, ensuring that quality health care is accessible and affordable, all for all, is definitely a priority for my ministry and for this government. Madam Speaker, it is impossible to to talk about improvement of quality of life without talking about wellness. Let me reflect. 2 years ago, I stood right here and stated that an underlying principle of how we formulate policy and make decisions going forward will be utilizing data, statistics, analysis, and insights. Madam Speaker, today I'm exceptionally happy to state that work is underway to help us do just that. Presently, the team from the Ministry of Health and Wellness, Madam Speaker, is working diligently to launch the STEPS 2023 National Health Survey that we are going through the various districts and informing and educating the constituents and the people of this country exactly what that means. And we are looking for their participation, getting a sampling of 3,300 Caymanians residents within the community. Now, this STEPS survey will allow us to gather much needed data on prevalence of non-communicable diseases, just such as diabetes, hypertension within our islands, as well as risk factors of non-communicable diseases. Now, Madam Speaker, this data will be utilized to inform not only policy decisions, but also public health programming. And this survey will also provide insights, Madam Speaker, into the groups within our population currently most impacted by non-communicable diseases. And this, Madam Speaker, allowing us to tailor healthcare interventions to meet their very needs. This survey, Madam Speaker, will also assist us in understanding the current barriers of healthcare, particularly preventative care, and how those barriers can be mitigated. Madam Speaker, I'd like to share that the STEPS 2023 offers us the possibility to also calculate future projections of healthcare burden that non-communicable diseases will create in years to come by using the prevalence of risk factors in the current population. Madam Speaker, this data will serve us for years to come, and it will also allow us to make meaningful action that will definitely change lives. Madam Speaker, it is for this reason that while at face value, this motion appears to be a good one, I would like to offer some rational observations on this private member's motion and where I believe we need just a little bit more clarity. Before what is being asked can be added or can be decided on, especially in light of the 2024-2025 deadlines that is contained in the motion, Madam Speaker, let me begin by noting that there is no clear, from what I'm seeing, definition of what is really meant by free basic health care included in the motion. Without a clear definition, Madam Speaker, of what exactly this encompasses, especially within the context of our islands, it becomes rather complex to quantify both the true cost and the actual benefit to the community, understanding that I will share a little further on that there are a number of services that are currently being offered that is free of cost. You see, Madam Speaker, if the definition of free basic health care refers to primary health care, then I can say that the government already provides a wide range of services, free to public health services via the public health, the HSA, that central government pays to HSA as an output. And this is provided to the uninsured and the underinsured. Now, Parliament should be reminded, Madam Speaker, that the Health Insurance Act in Section 5 requires compulsory health insurance, and this requirement extends to children. Madam Speaker, this would mean that children in middle income and affluent families are already covered by private insurance providers. Now, as the motion speaks only to children, it therefore implies that government should bear the cost of services of all children, independently of whether or not their families can provide for them. Would it be rational, Madam Speaker, for the government to bear such a cost of those for whom it is not needed? Madam Speaker, in addition to this requirement for resident children to be compulsory insured, however, there are 3 annual output agreements between the Ministry and the Health Services Authority, as I stated earlier, to provide primary health care services at our district centres, which includes child health services and immunizations, medical care beyond insurance coverage and uninsured, and school health services, including health education, screening, immunizations, and routine dental care. Madam Speaker, the Health Services Fees Act addresses free services at HSA. Now, specifically, Section 5 addresses school children and states that subject to Section 10, fees are not payable in respect of a patient at a health care facility if the patient has not attained the upper limit of school age as defined in the Education Law 1999 revision. Madam Speaker, Section 9 of the same Act speaks to free treatment for different groups that includes children and seniors alike. Madam Speaker, when it comes to our seniors, no one knows it better than me. My grandmother was a long-term dialysis patient. Her husband, my grandfather, was a seaman, and thank God for the Seafarers Association and their services there, again funded by government. My mother, being a civil servant, died at 45 with leukemia. And I can tell you, when we say underinsured or when your insurance has ended, that service that my mother received prior to her passing, trust me, I cannot be more grateful for what is already in place. Now, whether it comes with a cost, I feel it has been covered here. We're seeing the true numbers. Thanks to COVID, we have seen the cost of healthcare go up. But right now, when it comes to our seniors, government pays the cost of health care provided to many of our seniors via the underinsured program, the medical indigent program, and the health care program, again, through Seafarers. I see that working for myself. In fact, government budget includes 26, let me repeat this. Government budget includes 26 line items that speaks to the provision of health services for children, seniors, and other vulnerable groups, totaling $104 million, which does not include NGS 55, which is our indigent care budget that ranges between 25 to 40 million annually. Those numbers are huge, Madam Speaker. That is why the ministry is focused on preventative care. But until we get there, we have to do the sampling to see exactly where are the problems. This brings me to the second point, Madam Speaker, the potential cost to government in implementing this motion at this time. Assuming the motion is only in reference to Caymanians and not including coverage already covered by the government, implementation of the private member's motion, which speaks to provide free health care for children by the 1st of September 2024, seniors above the age of 70 by the 1st of July 2024, and seniors above the age of 68 by the 1st of July 2025, would result in an increase operating cost for the government by $1.7 million in 2024, $5 million in 2025, and a minimum annual increase of $5.4 million for 2026 onwards, assuming coverage is provided to all individuals in the age groups specified. Implementing this motion at this very time would cause the Cayman Islands government and all matters remaining unchanged for expenditure and revenue projected levels for 2023 to 2026 to have serious difficulties with the framework of fiscal responsibility. Now, it is at this juncture, it is also important to note that while this may be a way to calculate the cost of providing for those persons with free health insurance coverage, it is not necessarily a reflective of the cost of providing those persons with free health care services. Free health care services now would cost significantly more than what is being presented as the estimated cost over the premiums, as opposed to services, especially, Madam Speaker, for our seniors. And in speaking of seniors, Madam Speaker, I note that the age threshold for seniors, as defined in this motion, needs clarification. It would be useful to have a better understanding as to why reference is being made to seniors above the age of 70 and seniors above the age of 68, when the definition of senior as provided under the Older Persons Act of 2017 is a person over the age of 65 years. In summary, Madam Speaker, the government currently spends approximately $130 to $150 million annually on health care. The government also has laws and policies in place to ensure that primary health care is available and accessible to our citizens and residents. Clarity, Madam Speaker, is needed to determine what gap this motion intends to address, as this is difficult to ascertain without clear definition of free health care services. The thought process of excluding some seniors from the motion, per the definition as established by the Older Person Act of 2017, is also warranted. The spirit, Madam Speaker, of the motion appears to be a good one. However, we will need careful analysis to ensure that what we are providing a right-size solution. My proposal would be to analyze the situation and come back to the Parliament with an update after thorough and a comprehensive analysis to determine what services are missing. or need to be included would be the true cost providing these services for free to individuals, would be to the government confirming the eligibility requirements for the free services, and to make recommendation to what changes need to be made for children and for seniors to ensure any expanded offerings are sustainable not only for now, but for generations to come, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, by no means am I against the essence of this motion. Many households out there are one prescription being filled because either their insurance has run out for life-saving medication. We have persons that can't afford even getting insurance and are choosing to fasting alternate means instead of even going to the hospital to get checked out. And this is why we are ramping up our public health services, which, as I stated, is a free of cost service that the Ministry of Health purchased from the HSA to get them caught. And this is why the STEM Survey 2023 is imperative. We need the culture to shift. I don't want my people to be at home and ashamed to go to the HSA if they're not feeling well because they're either unemployed or uninsured. That's not who we are. We have a constitutional remit to take care of our people. I just want us, Madam Speaker, of those of us who are elected to this honorable House, to remember the burden of balancing our goals, our aspirations, and our dreams that we have for Cayman and our people with fiscal responsibility and realities. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The elected member for West Bay West.
Madam Speaker, as the second of this motion, I rise to, of course, offer my support to it. I've listened to the minister, and of course the mover, and of course I know what the motion is. And I appreciate the grasp of the minister on the whole subject matter. I just want to offer some observations as a representative who is, I know, is well in tune with not just people in my constituency, but people from all over this island who contacts me and comes to my office. Firstly, Madam Speaker, I think we have a sizable population of people over the age of 65. I've had many people come to me and ask if I can offer them some assistance, as they are told they have to pay for their health care. Now, I know that there are some getting free health care done through Synoco. And that is given for a time. I do know also how many times seniors try through NAU to get health care and how to wait months to get assistance. Meaning, Madam Speaker, that they put in an application to NAU, which deals, I think, through Synoco, therefore they can get their health care. But that takes a long time, as I said, months sometime. And it's when persistent MPs like myself continue calling calling. And Madam Speaker, I know you go through the same thing in trying to assist our people. And these are seniors. And remember that these seniors are, some of them might be getting some monthly stipend from government. Might be, I said, some of them certainly are not in position to hold jobs, and some of them, nobody's offering when they get to after they get in 65, 66, and 70. Madam Speaker, so there is an area that seniors can be better assisted. There is an area that has to be addressed because far too many and too often, and it is just, I guess, the load that NAU has to deal with. And so there is an area that needs attention, and I'm cognizant, Madam Speaker, of the cost. We heard what the minister said, and I know that our health bill is not a small one. It's not. And we know how, as I said, I know how many people, how many seniors, women and men, most of the women, are calling upon us to assist them. And so I'm cognizant of the cost factor, and all this brings to bear the point of needing more revenue as we seek to assist and need to assist our people. Budget is huge. Projections are huge for revenue, but the calls on that revenue is big too from all that I see, all that I hear, all that we want, and all that the people expect, because believe you me, people are expecting that the government will assist them. And you hear plenty of them saying, I worked in the tourism industry, women and men, I worked in the tourism industry and I put my time, I helped build this country. And you mean to tell me that they take a whole year to get back to try and can't answer me? Or, that's one thing they say, or I can't get no help and I don't have no income. These are things that we meet daily. Daily. People are coming to our offices and knocking on our doors trying to get help. So, Madam Speaker, there are areas, and I know that the Minister of Social Development has his hands full. He himself deals and talks to people who are seeking assistance, seeking medical help, medical attention, needing Cineco insurance to be able to get their health care because they do not have the money. I'm really appreciative, and I'm glad to hear of the public health initiative. That's one area I believe that our hospital needs to focus on. I believe that they need to focus on that. Maybe leave some of the other specialist care and expensive care to the private sector, because I'm sure the private sector might get it. Well, they might be able to pay for it cheaper themselves. They're not saying that, no, that the patient can get it any cheaper. I'm not saying that, because I don't know. I see some of the cost factors there too. But leave some of it. I am very appreciative of the ministers. I think she spoke about it there. But I've read something about it, and to hear that there is this initiative for public health. Madam Speaker, I don't need to go on. I know as we get older, our health can deteriorate faster than you think. I felt bad on a Thursday. Never paid no attention to it. Friday was my birthday. Didn't do anything. Saturday I had a funeral to attend and a meeting after that. And then Sunday I had another funeral. I couldn't go to the cemetery. I just felt so bad. By the time I could get home, I knew I was having cardiac problems. Didn't do anything. I just said, Lord, if you can take me, take me. I ain't going to the hospital tonight. But early next morning, the holiday, National Heroes Day, I was in Health City, emergency, till late that night. Yes, I was 14.4, and they count 15 as heart failure. And then I went in doing all of that, Madam Speaker, I found out that they found gallstones. And then after that, a back situation, spinal situation that I was having for about 4 years and didn't pay any attention to it, just completely gave out on me, and I just have to use that. So as we get older, and I'm 68 years old, as we get older, one thing leads to another sometimes. And when our older people, our seniors, that was something I paid attention to from my earliest days in this parliament, this legislative assembly. I paid attention to the seniors of this country because we've gone from one thing to them, sending them overseas. They die and government refused to bring them back under Ezra Miller. And we had to straighten that out. And if they die over there and government send them there, we had to make sure that they're back here. All sorts of situations for seniors to the extent when I came here, we were giving them $25, and that depended on who you voted for and who they liked. And then that went from that to we giving them $950, and that still cannot meet today's, I think it's $950. Most of them is getting seamen, veterans, and some seniors. So the bill is huge. No two ways about it. But there are areas that I think the mover is addressing that has to be looked at. They have to be looked at because I know how often these people try to get, and as I said, it might be the sheer amount of the numbers at NAU that needs and NAU trying to assist, but a lot of people. So let's not be too quick to say that the age group is something that we're not understanding. I think what we're saying here is that the older ones we deal with first, and even if it's only by 2 years, it's still giving government some time a year later. So it's giving government some time. And we're going to have to look at it at our budget of $1 billion.
Thank you, member. Does any other member wish to speak? Does any other member wish to speak? The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'll speak briefly, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, when we met and discussed this private members' motions, our reaction and conclusion was that we would support it. And, Madam Speaker, as we read through it, what we see, I think, is a genuine attempt by the member to address what we perceive is a very looming and very critical issue that the country must face. That is a whole issue of medical care for our elderly people. I'm not personally, I'm not that concerned about the population of younger people, younger children, because I believe by and large they are covered. But the issue that we face is the issue of the aging population and people who are retired and either cannot afford insurance or the only thing they're able to acquire is the SHIC policy that is available. And I've seen more than one time families basically wiped out, more than once, because of the absence, because of serious illnesses and the lack of insurance coverage and resources with which to acquire or to buy that health care. Madam Speaker, like everyone we mentioned, I know it's going to cost. I know it is going to cost many millions of dollars. But I would suggest, Madam Speaker, that we need to start somewhere to begin to seek to identify that solution and to provide, help to provide for our elderly. Otherwise, Madam Speaker, it's, to me, I think we owe it to them. The member came up with a staggered way of doing it. That might not be the right answer. We could perceivably need to look at implementing it over a series further, a longer time period. But we got to start somewhere, and that's my thrust, I think, in my debate contribution here, is let's not ignore it. I know that there are issues there with even accessing sometimes health care at the hospital. I know because constituents have called me, Minister. They will go and they are told when they go there for care that they are expected to pay for it. They don't have the money, and then they're not able to get in there to see a doctor. And then they come to me. And then I have to call. And I will call a senior member of the hospital. And he said, oh, no, we have funding, a member of the hospital. And he said, oh, no, we have funding for this sort of situation. Tell them to go back and go to this person. And my goodness, they still go days without being able to get the care that they need. If they would simply do what they should do, I think, at the very outset, some of these things would not be the problems that they are. But that is an issue. I know it. And I think we need to impress upon them the importance. If there is funding for a specific type of coverage, whatever it is, for aged people, or let them know when they go. And don't send them away. That to me is just wrong. And I think if we did a better way, if we did a better job of making people aware of all that is available. I can tell you when I listened to you, listen to the minister, and I had 4 years as Minister of Finance, I didn't know they had all those appropriations for all of these various, heads or costs that for assistance that is available to people who don't have the means. So I see these issues. One is it's the access to it. And I think also that as a country, with what he's been attempting to do here with this, we're trying to address the issue, longer-term issue of an aging population. I would encourage everybody, get a copy of that census, and you go in there, and what you will see is that tidal wave that's coming. Because we are moving into a much an increased period of an aging population. And you're going to have a large group of people need expensive health care, and you're going to have a smaller population behind it who has to pick up the cost of paying for it all. Okay? So, honestly, I encourage the government not to ignore it. And my colleagues here, I think we are going to support it. Because I think it's that important, and I understand the basis for the motion. He might not have gotten everything right, but I think that it still could be salvaged. I appreciate what you all have said. It's great debate, and I know it's going to be extremely costly, but I don't think it's an issue that we can continue to ignore as a country. I believe it's critical for us. I mentioned it in my contribution to the SBS. It's a huge issue that we face, and so that's what I have to contribute to the debate on this motion, Madam Speaker.
Does any other member wish to speak? Does any other member wish to speak? Does the Honourable Minister for Financial Services and Social Development?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise to contribute to this, I think, very valuable discussion. To pick up on the point that the leader of the opposition left off, we just, in the last few months, completed Older Persons Month. And we also completed in March DCFS, Department of Children and Family Services 60th anniversary. And the population numbers in terms of our aging population is frightening with in order to assist that population. So I don't think that there's any doubt that the issue that this motion raised is valid. I think it's a question of how much can be done within the time frame that's in the motion. For example, picking up on the point that the member for West Bay West made in terms of cynical indigent coverage, it's not just an NEU issue. As a matter of fact, in the Health Insurance Act, NEU is not even mentioned. All that's occurred is at the time that that was written, the definition of indigent medical care, indigent in the definition of the Health Insurance Act, is at a time where DCFS was the only department. And since to just be the messenger. So that means that the person, to talk about the delays that the member for West Bay West raised, is bouncing between 3 different departments to get one service. A lot of that should be addressed in the planned amendments to the Health Insurance Act that the Minister for Health plans to bring to change the definition of indigent to the definition that it is done on the advice of the Chief Medical Officer in consultation with the Minister for Health. That should hopefully provide a one-stop shop to be able to reduce the time frame for approval. In addition, I believe that the drafting that's working on is to introduce a definition of medically indigent, because I'm pretty sure I've been on very difficult calls or meetings with most of everybody's here's constituents who does not meet the definition of financially indigent because they might have a large savings. But if they were to pay for the coverage for what ails them, they would turn around and then become financially indigent. But because they're not financially indigent at the time that they apply, it's very difficult for NEU to deem them financially indigent. So there is a gap in which we have to make very difficult calls to explain to the person, as the facts stand, you are not financially indigent. But there's a conception or a misconception out there that the cynical indigent coverage is just the older person's coverage, when it isn't. It's a very specific requirement based on your financial assessment. If we bring about the change to the Health Insurance Act that would incorporate a definition of medically indigent, that might go a long way into covering some of the gaps that the member of West Bay West and the mover of the motion has brought forward. In addition to all the other service lines that the Minister for Health pointed to, and the point that the leader of the opposition was making is there maybe needs to be greater education as to what's available. However, I think that may only get us a portion of the way. So I believe that the Minister for Health is quite right that there are certain considerations to analyze in terms of what would be the statutory definition in particular, how much would this cost, could we realistically, hand on heart, say that the country could afford it within the timeline of the motion. But on balance, I think as a House, we can't deny the issue, and it may be worth at least considering it and then returning to the House with a report of some analysis so that we could really get to grips with whether it can truly be done within the timeline or whether some of the other planned measures might help to narrow the gap and maybe we don't have to take such large steps in a short period of time. But I do think that the issue is valid and we should really ponder it tonight. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Does any other member wish to speak? Does any other member wish to speak? Does any other member wish to speak? I'll ask the mover of the the Honourable Premier.
Madam Speaker, thank you very much. Madam Speaker, there is no doubt that the motion, as outlined, is in substance a laudable motion. And I thank my colleagues who have already contributed to the debate on this motion. And I think added a great deal of clarity and articulated much of the issues around how we move forward in relation to this issue, this matter. Madam Speaker, there is no doubt, and I'm sure that every single member of this Parliament would want us to be in a position as a country to be able to provide basic care services to our elderly, to our children. Madam Speaker, anything we can do to contribute to the improvement in their quality of health is going to contribute to their quality of life. Madam Speaker, I think what has become clear, and I clearly understand we've all had the experiences, Madam Speaker, we can all share the anecdotes from our experiences, both with our own constituents, as well, Madam Speaker, as many other people across this wonderful country of ours. We have a lot of wonderful things here. We have a lot of great things, but we also have people that are not able to meet the needs for their own health care, sometimes for their children as well. And Madam Speaker, that is something that is worth us addressing so that their dignity and their ability to live a quality life can be provided. But Madam Speaker, I suppose it is unfortunate in terms of timing that yesterday we were laying and discussing and commenting on the strategic policy statement for the next 3 financial years. And of course, the motion asks to consider implementation of these various services, both for children and for seniors above the age of 70, over that same, or at least aspects of that same period for the SPS. Madam Speaker, what had been observed yesterday, certainly by some members of the opposition, was that they were expressing concerns about some of the numbers in the strategic policy statement. Madam Speaker, the mover of the motion, as I commented last night, rightly did his job in expressing concerns, expressing the need to keep an eye on the numbers for this SPS period, and the fact that at least for 26, we were down to 90.1 days of cash reserves compliance. I have no quibble with those kinds of observations, Madam Speaker. I think it's quite likely that he and I share a fairly conservative view in relation to ensuring that the finances of the country are stable and that we maintain compliance. So, Madam Speaker, the issue, I think, is primarily one of uncertainty around exactly where these gaps are, what the cost of this approach would therefore be, and in particular how it would impact the SPS numbers given these timeframes that have been proposed in the resolutions for the motion. Madam Speaker, I am sure that the Minister for Health and our colleague, Minister for Social Development, will be able to work together to assess where these particular gaps are and how we can possibly address it. Put a price tag on it so that we know exactly what the challenge is to be able to fit in to the budget, Madam Speaker. But there's no doubt that every one of us would want to be able to do this. Our problem, Madam Speaker, is that there's so many challenges, there's so many things out there that we would want to do to help our people. We can't do them all one time. And as I said, it's just unfortunate that we're talking about this motion at the same time that we're talking about the SPS, and particularly in the context of concerns being expressed about the revenue numbers, and in some cases the expenditure numbers set out in the SPS. Madam Speaker, the ability to have come to a different view and want to caution the government in respect of those numbers is an absolutely fair comment. I'm not saying we agree with all of it, but it's a fair comment. Madam Speaker, I think what we would like to be able to do is to support the motion, but with the acknowledgement that we do not want this to create an expectation that we could implement this within the time frame that's contemplated because of the financial circumstances. Strong financial circumstances are trending in the direction of stronger financial circumstances, but it would not be wise for us to simply say to the country, yes, be assured that we can do this, because it is one of a set of challenges and services that we would like to be able to provide for our people to make the country stronger, to make our society stronger. Madam Speaker, it was 18 months ago that we moved to implement the free lunches in high schools as an example. Initially primary schools and then high schools, to ensure that our children attending our public schools were able to be fed, were able to have a meal, were able to learn and be in an environment where they could learn appropriately without feeling like they couldn't, like their mind was elsewhere. It also, Madam Speaker, helped many families, many children, many families. That, Madam Speaker, the cost of that, I think we have articulated in the past as being somewhere around 16.5 million or thereabouts. So, Madam Speaker, that was one thing that we immediately moved to. Of course, the mover of the motion was involved as a member of the government at that point. We were all completely supportive. We are supportive in principle of this motion as well, Madam Speaker. The question is whether we can identify where the real gaps are and ensure that we can cover those gaps within the fiscal space that we have available to us. I agree with the Leader of the Opposition, Madam Speaker, in terms of the need to ensure that there is clarity around what services are available, what kind of care and funding for care is available. As I said, we all have the same challenges, and we've all had the same kinds of experiences, I think. We anticipate and we give advice to say, this is available, so go and call this number, they'll be able to help you. And for one reason or another, it's turned around, they come back and they say, no, we've been told there's nothing available, there's no help available. So we need to do a better job of ensuring that there's clarity around what services are available and what funding is available, Madam Speaker. That, Madam Speaker, will be a good result for our people. That's the kind of thing we need to be delivering for our people. So, Madam Speaker, with those words and the necessary caution around an expectation that we could do this necessarily within the time frame, I think this is a matter that is worth assessing properly and seeing how we can help our people and how we can address the various needs. We all know the needs are great. We all know that we would wish to be able to assist on all things right now, today. It may not happen within the time frame, Madam Speaker, but we can work towards that. Thank you.
Does any other member wish to speak? Does any other member wish to speak? Does any other member wish to speak? If not, I will call on the mover of the motion to exercise his right of reply, if he chooses to.
Oh, yes, I do, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, there's a song by Van Halen that's entitled, "Somebody Get Me a Doctor." And it reads, the first lyrics, as I can't sing, Madam Speaker, "You better call me a doctor, feeling no pain, overloaded, down the drain. Somebody get me a doctor. You better call up the ambulance. I am in deep shock."
Elected member, just a moment, please. I recognize the Honourable Minister for Health and Wellness.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Can I ask for a matter of intervention in regards to the motion that, the mover consider maybe amending the hard and fast timelines? I think based on all that have actually commented and contributed to this motion, that it is clear in essence we're in support of the paper. However, with the facts that has been shared, that the hard and fast timelines as stated in the motion, if one could give way in considering that not being so hard and fast, would be my ask.
Elected member for Bordentown West.
Madam Speaker, I have no issues if the government think that they'll need more time. I have no issues from that standpoint. I'm willing to remove the hard and fast time set as long as the government gives some kind of commitment to get it done. And I'll explain to you why, Madam Speaker. And I guess as I wrap up, then we can always change the motion afterwards. Is that fine? Okay. You see, Madam Speaker, the dates themselves wasn't arbitrary. And earlier I was speaking about the Van Halen lyrics. And let me start back over so I can get back my rhythm. It says, "Somebody get me a doctor," is the name of the song. And it says, "You better call me a doctor, feeling no pain, overloaded, down the drain. Somebody get me a doctor. You better call me up the ambulance, I'm in deep shock." Madam Speaker, the reason, and maybe just coincidence, that during a break, as members of this Honourable House will know, we have people who sit back as we're waiting for the House to start, and we listen to music. Some, as a senior member for Red Bay, as the authority, I guess being one of the senior members of the House, to listen to his music loudly. And for many of us who are much younger in this Honourable House, we listen with our headphones. And maybe just coincidence, when I was listening to some Van Halen earlier, during the break that I remember a story at Van Halen, Madam Speaker. And as most members inside this Honorable House and members of the public will be aware, when artists are normally traveling, musicians, they have certain riders in their contract where I think some of them have some weird requests. I know Kanye West requires a barber chair in his room. I think Mariah Carey is known for wanting white roses or fresh roses or whatever. But Van Halen, Madam Speaker, had a very weird request. And their request was they wanted a bowl of M&Ms backstage, but inside the bowl of M&Ms, there can't be any brown M&Ms. And the reason Van Halen did that, Madam Speaker, was some of those stage shows requires a lot of equipment, a lot of sound equipment, a lot of lighting equipment, and if one of those stages fall down, people get killed, people get hurt. And their rule was, once they go backstage and they see a bowl of M&Ms, and if there's a brown one inside it, the concert is canceled, and they get to keep their money. It's in their contract. And the reason they do that, Madam Speaker, is also inside of their contract is very specific of how they want the stage to set up, what size lamps to use, what this to use, what that to use, ensure their safety. And they stick that little clause inside there to see if the promoters or the organizers actually read the contract. Because if they read the contract, they would have seen no brown M&Ms, or a bowl of M&Ms would have been there. And at least it shows them that the contract was actually read thoroughly. So they have some comfort that the organizers also did the proper work necessary for the stage. I say that to say, Madam Speaker, is yesterday we approved the strategic policy statement for the government starting from the period 1st of January 2024 through to the period 31st of December 2026, 3 years, as required by the Public Management and Finance Act. But as we stand here today, Madam Speaker, the current strategic policy statement that was approved by this Honorable House back in July 2021 is still in effect. And I also want to touch on broad outcomes. There were 10 broad outcomes in that one, Madam Speaker. The first broad outcome was broad outcome number 1, that says improving education to promote lifelong learning and greater economic mobility. And there's a list of activities or a list of initiatives on the broad outcome number 1. But on the broad outcome number 2, Madam Speaker, is as follows. Broad outcome number 2 says ensure an equitable, sustainable, and successful healthcare system. And the initiatives on the broad outcome number 2, they're actually, let's double check here. There are actually 7 of them, Madam Speaker. There are 7 initiatives on the broad outcome number 2 that deals with ensure an equitable, sustainable, and successful healthcare system. Item number 1, or rather 1A, speaks about promote and highlight local career and employment opportunities program. 1B says incentivize Caymanian medical professionals to return home to work. Section 2 deals with promote healthier living and provide wellness education. And the initiatives listed under 2 is A, better marketing of public health services. B, encourage more wellness checks. C, strengthen your mental support. Item number 3 on the broad outcome number 2, Madam Speaker, speaks about modernize the healthcare legal framework. And then item number 4 says expand public healthcare services throughout our communities. And 4A says enhance medical services in public school. 4B, offer more public health services and improve facilities in district clinics. And 4C, implement a district clinic shuttle system for transport to and from doctor appointments and collect prescriptions. Number 5 Madam Speaker, on the broad outcome number 2 says, enhance the Cayman Islands Health Service Authority, HSA, building and services. And 5A says, move to a more efficient service at HSA, less waiting time and a more welcoming approach. B says, ensure quality control at the hospital, equal frequent inspections. 5C says, provide a specialized youth mental health facility. 5D, initiate an overhaul of hospital rooms, waiting areas, and emergency response areas. 5E, implement proper sleeping facilities for family members staying with patients overnight. I remember that was a big one for the member from Savannah. 5F, provide increased amenities on site for patients and family members, example, a 24-hour snack shop. And 5G, beautify and enhance HSA premises and grounds. Moving on to number 6, Madam Speaker, enhance the overall standard of healthcare services. 6A says, develop a joint ministerial council to establish additional assisted living homes and retirement facilities through public-private partnership. And 6B says, implement public education programs on the negative impact of overutilization of healthcare services. Which brings me to lucky number 7, Madam Speaker. It says, recognize healthcare as a basic human right. And 7A says, revamp and expand Sinico services, which again, I can say that this Honorable House already had voted the necessary funds. And again, I want to thank all the members at the time for Sinico to be expanded. So that initiative have started. Then 7B says, provide free health care for children and the elderly. 7C says, reform existing criteria to access free health care. And 7D says, promote better mental health and special needs insurance coverage. Now, Madam Speaker, this was passed in July 2021. And you can see why July 2024 was actually used, which would have basically been 3 years since the current strategic policy statement that we would have passed, which went through at the time the caucus of the PAC government, went through the cabinet of the PAC government, and went through this honorable parliament back in July 2021. So, Madam Speaker, I wanted to some extent, because I'm not sure when Parliament may meet again, but I want to get a better understanding in terms of, at this point, I think the term is voir dire the government or whatever, to check to see exactly what the approach is going to be with regards to the government. Because this is something, Madam Speaker, that every single person in the PAC government agreed to do at the time, back in July 2021, when we were putting together the then strategic policy statement, which is still now in effect. Madam Speaker, the minister is right when she spoke about high costs. And it is exactly that high cost is the problem. And I'm going to tell you why. We have something called the Segregated Insurance Fund. When we started that, Madam Speaker, the purpose of that fund was to contribute to cover rather 50% of the cost of indigent care in this country. So the private sector would have taken 50% through the Segregated Insurance Fund, and the government would have taken 50%. When that fund was started out, Madam Speaker, the government at that time used to collect around $3 million per year, which means that we were spending roughly $6 million per year in terms of indigent care. Today, that fund is $5 million thereabout that it collects. And the cost, as the minister says, is now in excess of $100 million per year. Madam Speaker, this problem left unchecked is going to bankrupt this country. Yesterday, in my contribution, Madam Speaker, I spoke about the dependency ratio. And I'm going to remind members again what it is. The current dependency ratio as it stands is roughly 34%. Thereabouts 33, 34%. It means that 76% of our population is taking care of 34% of our population. And so that, on the surface, looks good and makes Cayman comparable to many countries around the world. But, Madam Speaker, if we take out the transient non-Caymanian population, the people that this House is primarily responsible to, the people that this House is primarily, we report to our bosses, we have a dependency ratio that's more than 50%. I think it's roughly 51%. It means, on a Caymanian standpoint, today, 49% of the population of working age is taking care of 51%. Let me say that again. 49% of the Caymanian population would be required to take care of 51% of the Caymanian population. And, Madam Speaker, this is why when I talk about fertility rate being above 2.0, where I think now we're at 2.1, that you have a growing Caymanian population. And this is where we talk about when we look in terms of planning long term. And these are the structural changes in which I'm talking about. We can't have a situation where less than 20 years ago, we were looking at 6 million of indigent care to in excess of 100 million now. And clearly the segregated insurance fund has not kept pace with what the true cost is. To the point right now, Madam Speaker, that when we look at what Sinico alone spends, then when you factor in what the HSA does and the Ministry of Health does, the Overseas Medical, look at two inside, the HEA2 and NGS 55. Two numbers that would keep every member of this Honorable House awake. Yesterday, the Premier made it clear about many of these issues and referring to the Region Project of kicking the can down the road. So now I'm going to ask my honorable members of this House, how long are we going to kick this can down the road? We already know the cost to the country today of this cost. And if in 15, 16 years, the cost went up by 100 million, and now we have a more aging population, the question is, how long can we sit down and not deal with this problem? Yesterday, Madam Speaker, I spoke about the HSA and the structural changes needed at the HSA. I'll be the first to tell you, it is not the nicest of position for any government to be in. But we need to sit down and have the conversation, just as though when we set up these statutory authorities and government-owned companies, the problem that we have in this country is that nobody ever wants to go back, review them to say, is it working? Is it achieving what it was supposed to achieve? Is it doing what it was supposed to do? Because, Madam Speaker, no one can convince me that we have an organization like the HSA, and I want to say right now, I'm a big fan of the HSA. I think we have some of the best people working inside here. They have some of the best maternity ward, and they have people who work very hard. One of the best emergency rooms that you probably would find anywhere in the Caribbean. And as much as people complain about waiting times at the HSA, I can guarantee you waiting times are way worse in other countries. I can tell you that. But, Madam Speaker, here's the fact. The HSA currently, based on the last numbers I looked at 60 million of non-medical expenses. 60 million of non-medical expenses. In other words, that's administrative costs. And of the HSA revenue numbers, the only thing that the HSA collects that does not come from the government is $30 million. So in short, Madam Speaker, we're running an organization that's doing about 160, 170 million a year in revenues. And of that amount, 30 million does not come from the government. And we're basically spending 60 million to collect that 30 million. Madam Speaker, that's a $30 million deficit. When you look at most hospitals across the world, Madam Speaker, the United States of all the OECD countries is the worst. Their ratio is actually 25-75, where their medical cost is 75% for most of the hospital, and the administrative cost is 25%. In most OECD countries, it ranges from 11% to 18%, where roughly 11 to 18% of the overall cost is administrative, and the balance of roughly 89 and 82% would have been the medical costs. We're running almost 50-50, which is highly inefficient. And so, Madam Speaker, there was a time going back to 2019 when the government had $160 million in surplus. And when you had that kind of money, Madam Speaker, you could afford 30 million could get lost in that, 30 million could get lost in that. But now we're at a point, Madam Speaker, as the Premier said, we're scaling, we're floating very close to the wind, and there are structural changes that we have that will not happen overnight. You don't go from $701 million in 2019 expenses to $978 million in 2022, sorry, in 2021, $973 million in 2022, and then get back down, cut $200 million that quickly. This is something that has to gradually be reduced. Because at the end of the day, this is money that the government is spending in the economy, buying goods and services in the economy that people have become accustomed to. And at the end of the day, the government is still the largest purchaser of goods and services in the economy. So the government just can't go through now and cut 100 or 200 million, go back to 2019 spending levels, and think it won't have a knock-on effect in the local economy. It doesn't work like that. It has to be a gradual reversal back. But, Madam Speaker, the bottom line about it is this, and this is why I mentioned yesterday the SAGE Commission. We're going to need to have that honest conversation with our people, and we need to have the honest conversation with ourselves. And I will say it right now. You can bring the consultants in. I am convinced the HSA need to go back to being a public hospital. The biggest driver of healthcare costs in this country is now the HSA. Cynical rates go up every year, Madam Speaker. This year it went up 6% in terms of government costs. The last year it went up 13%. I know what that is, but when you look at where the HSA is expanding to other services that other hospitals can now provide on island. We need to have an update of the medical plan for this country, Madam Speaker. The Auditor General did a wonderful job back then, I think about 2017, 2018, when she talked about the overall healthcare industry. At that time, it was around $300 and something million. It's way more than that now, with an aging population. So, Madam Speaker, I started that to say this. I have no problem adjusting the date. But all I'm going to say right now, Madam Speaker, this is one we can't continue to kick down the road. I have a constituent, $900 starting next year, she has to go find for her daughter that she can't find. Then what? We have created a system in this country, Madam Speaker, where we have allowed private sector insurance companies to come inside here, cherry pick, make a ton load of money, and leave the Caymanian people to turn off the light on the people who truly need help. The purpose of insurance is to spread risk. The risk is not being spread. It is being borne solely by the Caymanian people. And we cannot continue to kick this can down the road. Well, you did your job too. You brought LCD inside here. That helped a lot too. So I want to thank you for that. Madam Speaker, the irony about this is that, that's all right. The irony about this, Madam Speaker, is on the, and I want to start off by also, Madam Speaker, let me just get the right date. I don't want to put the wrong date in the records. Madam Speaker, on the 6th of June 2019, private member motion number 7 that was actually passed by this honorable House under the previous government pretty much asks for the exact same thing I'm asking for now. And it passed unanimously. And I want to go on record for thank the then Minister of Health, now the Minister for Labour, the honourable member from Bordentown East, who got up on behalf of the government at the time and accepted the motion. I want to thank the member for Cayman Brack East that supported the motion. I want to thank the member for Georgetown Central that supported the motion. The member for West Bay West at the time was in the chair, but I know he supported the motion because he has always been an advocate. I want to also go on record to thank the Honourable Leader of the Opposition and member for Georgetown East for his support. Thank the Honourable Member for Georgetown South at the time for her support. Thank the member for Georgetown West for his support. And of course, I can't miss out my good friend, the Sir member from Red Bay, who at that time was Premier, and basically accepted the government motion at that time. Now we recognize, while it passed in 2019 and COVID set everything back, the spirit was there, the essence was there, that we do recognize that we have a $100 million problem. And it was $100 million that created in 15 years. So if we need to move the dates to get it working, that's fine. But, and I just use the date of July because it gives us 3 years since when we passed it to at least make some progress. But the reality of it is this: we cannot afford to continue kicking this can on the road because many of our people are staying awake at nights worrying. You have people in our country that don't feel well and they're afraid to go to the hospital. Yes. And we wait until it gets really bad. And then we find ourselves in a situation where 20% of the people is responsible for 80% of the cost. That's why preventative care, wellness, and everything needs to be done. And even if we start out, even if the phase approach is where we start with free health checks or whatever it is that we need to do to get people regularly checked up, but we cannot afford to keep kicking this can. So with that said, Madam Speaker, I am fine to move the hard and fast dates to give the government the flexibility. But I will tell you up front, this is something that is near and dear and personal to me. And part of the reason why, and I can tell people this, my first child, who is officially 20th of April, happy birthday, Brandon, because you're probably watching, was born without any health insurance. Madam Speaker, I can tell you how expensive a baby is when you don't get health insurance. I have been lucky, Madam Speaker, that because I got a scholarship from the people of the Cayman Islands that gave me a good education, I have been blessed with very good jobs and very good income. But Madam Speaker, I'm going to share you a story too. There's a particular reason why I've only always worked for big companies. You know what that is? Because there's a time in my life I wasn't as sexy as I am now. I was more fatter and more overweight. And Madam Speaker, I could not get affordable health insurance. Companies would not hire me because it would have cost them too much for my health insurance costs. So that's why I had to go to these big companies to work, and I've been lucky to work with big companies that are deep pockets that could afford to cover my obese self. I say that to say this, Madam Speaker, there are families right now where they want to leave their job because it's stressing them out, can't afford to leave it because they may lose their health insurance coverage or they may have a pre-existing condition. These are fundamental issues that our people are facing. Yep. So, Madam Speaker, I'm fine at moving the dates, and in fact, I will ask the Honourable Minister whatever date she wants to work with, she needs to work with. But I'm going to tell every single member of this Honourable House, everybody, this is something that is near and dear and personal to me. This is one of the things I got into politics for. And if I have to walk door to door in everybody's constituents and lose some weight in the process too, I will do that. But Madam Speaker, this is something that needs to be done. We can't have the Caymanian people continue to take this burden for too long. So, Minister, with that said, I am flexible to whatever date you want to use. I'm fine with it, but I expect it's not going to be overnight, but I expect some baby steps, and I expect some steps to be taken. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker.
Elected member for, right, that's what I was going to ask.
Sorry. Okay, with that said, Madam Speaker, I'll move a motion that change the first resolve section that says, be it therefore resolved that the government considers implementing free basic health care services for children as soon as possible. And be it further resolved that the government considers implementing free basic health care services for Caymanian seniors above the age of 70 as soon as possible. And be it further resolved that government considers implementing free basic health care services for Caymanian seniors above the age of 68 as soon as possible.
Madam Speaker, I second the motion.
Thank you, elected member for West Bay West. The amendment has been moved. Does the mover wish to speak on the amendment?
Very briefly, Madam Speaker, just to basically thank the government. And the whole idea, Madam Speaker, behind the different laddering is recognizing that there are financial challenges. You have to go do the research. It could be a situation where, you can do some earlier, could do some later, but the whole idea is that we're phasing the population. But starting at least with 70-year-old, Madam Speaker, and you look at the census, it's not that much Caymanians above the age of 70. They're probably already covered. But the whole idea about it, Madam Speaker, is to put that health insurance card in their hand, to say they have health insurance, and that they have the flexibility and don't feel as if though they are an indigent, because the whole idea behind this is to start reducing the dignity gap in this country. We're taking a lot of people's dignity when they have to go to the government cap in hand. Let's put a card in their hand instead and give them that flexibility. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, elected member for Bordentown West. Does any other member wish to speak on the amendment? Okay. Does the mover wish to exercise his right of reply on the amendment?
Brief, no, just joking. No, Madam Speaker, I'm fine.
The question is that the motion be amended as follows. Be it therefore resolved that the government considers implementing free basic health care services for children as soon as possible. And be it further resolved that government considers implementing free basic health care services for Caymanian seniors above the age of 70 as soon as possible. And be it further resolved that government considers implementing free basic health care services for Caymanian seniors above the age of 68 as soon as possible. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Those against, no. The ayes have it. The amendment to government motion number 13 of 2022-2023 is duly passed. The motion as amended is now open for debate. Does the mover of the motion wish to speak to the amended motion?
No, Madam Speaker.
Does any other member wish to speak to the amended motion? Just making sure. The question now is, be it therefore resolved that the government considers implementing free basic health care services for children as soon as possible. And be it further resolved that government considers implementing free basic health care services for Caymanian seniors above the age of 70 as soon as possible. And be it further resolved that government considers implementing free basic health care services for Caymanian seniors above the age of 68 as soon as possible. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Those against, no. The ayes have it. Private members' motion number 13, 2022-2023 is duly passed as amended.
Madam Speaker.
Recognize the Minister for Tourism and Ports.
Madam Speaker, I ask for your indulgence for a 60-second pause just to have a quick word with the colleague in the House.
How about we take a 5-minute pause, actually a suspension for me to stretch my legs.
Yes, ma'am.
Please be seated. Proceedings are now resumed.
Private members' motion number 14 of 2022-2023. Motion to establish a fair employment commission, to be moved by the elected member for Bontown West and seconded by the elected member for West Bay West.
The elected member for Bordentown West.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I rise to move private members' motion number 14, 2022-2023, standing in my name, and the motion to establish a fair employment commission. And Madam Speaker, the motion reads as follows. Whereas unemployment is still a challenge for many Caymanians in the labor force, and whereas the Cayman Islands economy is largely a service-based economy, and whereas the Cayman Islands Constitution affirms our commitment to being a country with an immigration system that protects Caymanians, gives security to long-term residents, and welcomes legitimate visitors and workers, and whereas the Cayman Islands Constitution affirms our commitment to being a country with a vibrant, diversified economy, which provides full employment, be it therefore resolved that government considers establishing a fair employment commission to ensure Caymanians are given every rightful opportunity to secure jobs that they are qualified for, so that they may provide for their families, and be it further resolved that government considers making the necessary changes to the relevant laws to ensure that the Fair Employment Commission comes into force by 1st of July 2024.
Is there a seconder? The elected member for West Bay West.
Madam Speaker, I beg to second private member's motion number 14.
The motion has been moved and seconded and is now open for debate. Does the mover of the motion wish to speak?
Yes, Madam Speaker, very briefly. I think, first of all, Madam Speaker, I really can't take credit for this initiative. I must say that this initiative started under the previous government, by then the member for Red Bay, who was also the Minister for Labour at the time. And in a sense, Madam Speaker, one of the things that we recognize as a shortcoming or a challenge is that when work permit holders or some employers apply for a work permit and they don't get the particular job, they can basically appeal that decision in terms of ask for reconsideration and the whole 9 yards, and there's an appeals tribunal. What we found as one of the shortcomings, Madam Speaker, is that when Caymanians apply for a job and don't get the job, we find ourselves in a situation where they can either advise work that they had applied for this job and they were unsuccessful, even though they could have met the criteria being qualified and the whole 9 yards. But the main essence is, Madam Speaker, is that even if they were discriminated against, the question is, do you then still want to go work for an organization that didn't want you there in the first place? Because in essence, they're going to be basically just trying to manage you out. So whenever you try to force someone in a particular organization that didn't want them, especially a Caymanian, it creates nothing but more stress for them on the job. But what we want to target with this Employment Commission, or the Fair Employment Commission, Madam Speaker, is rather a body that looks at what has happened and if needs be, either A, work with the company to find either some way for the Caymanian to be given that opportunity, or B, you compensate the Caymanian basically for some level of discrimination. This is something that started, like I said, under the previous government. When the Park government took over and I was a member at the time, it was something that was in the pipeline and we realized that still needed to be looked at. And I just wanted to make sure that the work that has started on this from the previous government and for the last 2 years basically continues, and that the government don't lose sight, because especially now where we have an unemployment rate, while it is something good for Caymanians, one of the lowest for the last 33 years at 3.6%, the truth of the fact is underemployment is still an issue. And we still need to make sure that our people maximize what it is that they can make from that standpoint. So we wanted to make sure that we set a body up. It may probably require some amendments to some legislation, either on both the work law and the labor law, to kind of get something as a hybrid inside it. So that's pretty much what it is that we're looking for, just to make sure the work continues. I understand that the current Minister for Labor, who was part of the previous government, would have supported this initiative because it was brought under then the previous government. So I don't think there should be any issues, but nonetheless, I just want to put it out there to make sure the work continues. So that will be my contribution on this motion. Thank you.
Does any other member wish to speak? The Honourable Minister of Labour.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, regarding the motion from my political neighbour, the member from Bordentown West, I support the Fair Employment Commission motion number 14. In fact, Madam Speaker, many in this chamber would recall that in 2018, as Minister of Health, Environment, Culture and Housing, I fully supported this initiative when the then Cabinet approved drafting instructions from the establishment for the establishment of a Fair Employment Commission. Madam Speaker, the Commission aims to promote fairness and equality in the workplace across the Cayman Islands. This is something that is near and dear to my heart. Madam Speaker, as the Minister for Labour, I believe it is essential that every individual who is willing and able to work will be able to secure meaningful employment based on their qualifications, experience, and abilities without discrimination based on their gender, race, religion, or any other irrelevant factors. The establishment of a Fair Employment Commission will provide a mechanism to investigate and address complaints of unfair treatment in the workplace and in hiring practices, alongside our immigration and labor laws. Madam Speaker, this project aligns with our government's commitment to promoting human rights and equality, and I'm proud to be part of it. I believe that creating a fair and inclusive workplace culture will not only benefit employees, but also lead to increased harmony, productivity, and economic growth. As Minister for Labour, I pledge my ministry's continued work on the implementation of the Fair Employment Commission so that we can create a more equitable and just employment culture in the Cayman Islands. Madam Speaker, I just want to go on to say that it has always been in my nature to create fair opportunities for Caymanians, such as the right for a Caymanian to get a second chance in this country after committing a crime or otherwise. Madam Speaker, some 10 years ago I also brought a motion. I recognized that persons in this country had no recourse, and I built my premise of the Health Insurance Commission, which I think is a beautiful thing, where persons have problems with their health insurance or claims, etc. They have recourse where they can actually go back to the Commission and have them make a decision on whether it was fair or not. I also brought a motion because I recognized there was no recourse for persons who had bought lemon cars, faulty cars, the faulty cars, as they'd call them, lemons. There's no recourse for persons with property insurance either. And I brought one for motor and property insurance, trying to create a commission some 10 years ago, which was passed unanimously in the House, so that persons could have recourse in these different areas, and many other motions that I brought over the years. Madam Speaker, I just mentioned that to indicate my pledge and support and continue to work on implementation of this Fair Employment Commission. I want to thank the Chief Officer, Wesley Howell, for staying up so late and being here in Parliament. I want to thank the ministry team for staying committed. Thank you, Madam Speaker. And thank the mover of this motion, a member from Bordentown West.
Thank you, Honourable Minister. Does any other member wish to speak? Does any other member wish to speak? Now call on the mover of the motion to exercise his right of reply.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I just want to thank the Honourable Minister for Labour and also the members of the government. But I want to publicly also thank the Chief Officer, Wesley Howell, for the work that he has done and continue to do on this. I had the pleasure of working very close with him, and he's a very competent, very qualified, very passionate Caymanian, and he's a great ambassador and a great representative of the civil service. So I just want to state that for the record. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The question is, be it therefore resolved that government considers establishing a fair employment commission to ensure Caymanians are given every rightful opportunity to secure the jobs they are qualified for so that they may provide for their families. And be it further resolved that government considers making the necessary changes to the relevant laws to ensure that the Fair Employment Commission comes into force by 1st July 2024. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Those against, no. The ayes have it. Private member's motion number 14 of 2022-2023 is now duly passed.
Private member motion number 15 of 2022-2023, motion for a salary increase and to introduce a performance incentive compensation scheme in the civil service, to be moved by the elected member for Bordentown West.
The elected member for Bordentown West.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, we're almost there, down to the very last motion for the night. Madam Speaker, I rise to move private member's motion number 15, 2022-2023, and the motion is for a salary increase and to introduce performance incentive compensation scheme in the civil service. And the motion reads as follows, Madam Speaker. Whereas there is a desire by the public for a world-class civil service to meet current and future demands of the public, and whereas the Cayman Islands economy is largely service-based, which places a demand on the skill sets of individuals, and whereas the government must compete with the private sector to attract, recruit, and retain talent, be it therefore resolved that the government considers increasing the salaries of public servants by 5% on the 1st of July 2023, 4% on the 1st of July 2024, and 4% on the 1st of July 2025. And be it further resolved that government considers implementing a performance compensation scheme within the public service starting in 2023. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Is there a seconder for the motion? The elected member for West Bay West.
Madam Speaker, I second private member's motion number 15.
The motion has been moved and seconded and is now open for debate. Does the mover of the motion wish to speak?
Yes, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, in consultation with members of the government and recognizing that we did a strategic policy statement yesterday, at the time when the motion was filed, we had no idea what the numbers would have been within the SBS at the time. And while the first initial draft that we had sent out to some ministries had included it, I realize now, in terms of the work being done on strategic policy statement, and while the government is now finalizing the 24-25 budget, that the government may require a little bit more time in terms of that. So with that said, Madam Speaker, it is my intention to remove the start dates, because naturally if we move the 1st of July 2023, while the government will still be developing the budget, it will naturally impact both the 24 and 2025 years. So with that said, Madam Speaker, it is my intention to change, to remove the hard and fast dates of 1st of July to give the government more flexibility while they're going through the budget process.
Does the member wish to move a motion to amend at this time?
Madam Speaker, I'd like to move a motion to change the date in both the resolve section, Madam Speaker, to remove, just basically to remove as soon as possible for 5% on 5% in 2020, well, 5% in 2023 as soon as possible, 4% in 2024 as soon as possible, and 4% in 2025 as soon as possible. And then also on the other further resolve to change the performance compensation scheme within the public service as soon as possible. So change 2023 to as soon as possible also.
The amendment has been moved. Does the mover wish to speak on the amendment?
Madam Speaker, I rise to second the amendment.
Thank you, elected member for West Bay West. Does the mover wish to speak on the amendment?
Yeah, Madam Speaker, briefly. Madam Speaker, and like as I said before, Madam Speaker, when we had moved, when I filed the motion, I didn't, well, I was caught off guard a little bit with the SPS numbers, Madam Speaker. And I think most members in this honorable house, I think I can say probably all members, will no doubt accept or believe that the public servants that we have do need a pay raise. We do recognize that this is a challenging time, Madam Speaker, but nonetheless, it is something that we still need to consider wherever we can help, that we can help. And Madam Speaker, the driving force or the driving consideration at the time when this motion was filed was the rising interest rates. Madam Speaker, just to put that in context, if you have a $300,000 mortgage, Madam Speaker, and you had over a 25-year period, you would have seen your monthly payments go from $1,800 roughly per month to roughly $2,700 per month. If your mortgage was in the $400,000 region, Madam Speaker, you'd have seen your monthly payment go from $2,400 per month to $3,600 per month. And if you have a $500,000 mortgage, Madam Speaker, you will see your monthly payments go from $3,000 per month to $4,500 per month. And if you have a $600,000 mortgage, Madam Speaker, you see your payment go from $3,600 per month to roughly $5,400 per month, and that's over a 25-year loan. Equally, Madam Speaker, if it was a 20-year loan, your $300,000 mortgage will move from $2,000 a month to $2,900 per month. If your loan is within the $400,000 region, it will move from $2,700 per month to $3,900 per month. And if it's a $500,000 mortgage over a 20-year period, Madam Speaker, it will move from $3,400 per month roughly to roughly $4,800 per month. And if it's in the $600,000 region, Madam Speaker, it will move from roughly $4,000 per month to $5,800 per month. And Madam Speaker, we're just talking about mortgages here. I haven't even touched credit cards and car loans yet, which are normally even much higher rates. So, Madam Speaker, we do recognize that the world that we're living in right now, and as the Honourable Member for Red Bay had said during his contribution in the SPS, that our inflation is actually imported. I mean, it's not based on demand from the Caymanian public, it is basically demand from the US public, and we basically buy the goods in the US, so whatever the price is generally what the price is. So there's very challenges, there's little that we can do in that regard. And as I did say in my debate, this is the time now for us to start looking at structural changes, capital markets and so forth, where we can get longer term fixed products that give people longer security. Because when we look at the last CEMA report as of June 2022, we had roughly $2.4 billion in loans. And to have that amount of money basically be subject to those level of increases, that's money being taken out of the local economy. And we've already seen that to some extent in the last half of last year, where we saw a slowdown in terms of even the rate in which we are collecting customs duty compared to the first half of the year. So we do recognize that we are living in challenging times. And as I said also in my SPS debate, fuel prices still become an issue. And this is one of the reasons I would encourage the government at this point, as you're putting together the budget, to see what it is that we can do to encourage more renewables from that standpoint, and start reducing our money that we have leaving this country, which is over $200 million per year, to basically bring in fossil fuel, and see what we can do with renewable and how we can save money. Because ultimately, Madam Speaker, the world as it stands pre-COVID is going to be a different world. And if anyone out there think it's going to be coming back anytime soon, it's not going to happen. That's just the reality of the world we're living in. So businesses will have to make adjustment. Some people will also have to make adjustment in terms of their personal choices. And the government themselves will also have to make some level of adjustments. And like I said, I do recognize that the numbers themselves as presented as certain challenges. And when I look at the 2026 number of 90.1 cash days, it occurred to me that if one Cuban boat shows up, that number is gone. So it is very flexible, it's very delicate. And as much as I'm sure that everyone supports it, nonetheless, I think we just need to make sure we consider it in a responsible manner and to make sure it's balanced. So the government, I understand, is considering, is currently we're looking at something. So we're on the same wavelength in that regard. But even though I had hard and fast dates in it, I will remove the dates and for the government to consider it. But in a nutshell, Madam Speaker, when I did look at the totality of the government expenses or what the government planned to spend over the next 3 years in both OPEX and CAPEX, or operational costs and capital costs, this is actually less than 1.5% of the total spend in terms of what it would have done to implement this. So with that said, Madam Speaker, I will just close the debate because I think most of the case for it has already been made during the strategic policy statement debate. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, elected member for Bordentown West. I know you said you closed the debate, but I just want to go back because we never took a vote on the amendment. So I'm going to go back and put to question that the motion be amended as follows. Be it therefore resolved that government considers increasing the salaries of public servants by 5% as soon as possible. 4%, let me go back over that for clarity. Before we go to the vote, does anyone else wish to speak on the amendment? Honorable Premier.
Madam Speaker, thank you very much. And Madam Speaker, let me say at the outset that we're obliged to the member for agreeing to move an amendment to the motion that was filed for the reasons he indicated, Madam Speaker. Clearly, the government would be in a difficulty to consider the implementation of the salary increases over the period originally indicated. Madam Speaker, we would absolutely love to be in a position to deliver these salary increases over this period. We would love to be able to do more than that, Madam Speaker, because there's no doubt that our good civil servants that work hard to provide services to the people of this country every day are deserving of it. They have challenges just like everybody else. The member has very clearly set out the kinds of challenges that everybody's experiencing in the context of the current interest rate environment just on its own, Madam Speaker. That's not even to reflect on the general inflationary environment, although that is calming down somewhat. It is still a challenge for people to operate within an increasing cost environment. Madam Speaker, I wonder if I could just clarify with the member in terms of the proposed amendment. I thought I heard the member suggest that it would be 5% as soon as possible in July 2023 or in 2023. I'm not certain. I think what would obviously put the government in a position to accept a considered motion or amended considered motion would be to consider extending increases to the public servants of these sort of percentages over a three-year span. So if we could just have a clarification of that amendment so that it truly reflects that these are the amounts over a three-year span that are proposed, and that this be implemented as soon as possible in terms of the government's ability to have the fiscal space for it. Other than that, Madam Speaker, we are entirely supportive. The intention of the government, though no specific cost of living adjustments were reflected in the SPS, was to try to find the fiscal space as we went along, at the very least to deal with honorariums, to put our civil servants in a position where they could adjust, have their actual income adjusted in order to meet some of the challenging scenarios that we're all facing. Madam Speaker, with that, I would be grateful just at your discretion in terms of clarifying that amendment. I'd be grateful to have us consider that. Thank you.
Madam Speaker, thanks very much, and thank the Honourable Premier for that suggestion. I'm fine, Madam Speaker, to, I guess, change the amendment of the motion, if that's fine. The rules allow me to, because we never did vote on the other one, so that's fine, so we can change it. So, Madam Speaker, we'll change the, well, what I'll do, Madam Speaker, I will remove the last resolve in terms of the performance incentive scheme, because I think the real emphasis needs to be on, at this point, the salary increase. And I know I believe that they're already working on that anyway. So, Madam Speaker, with that said, I would change the resolve to read, be therefore resolved that government, Be therefore resolved that government considers increasing the salaries of public servants by 13% over the period 2023 to 2025. Well, thank you, Honourable Premier. Madam Speaker, the motion reads, therefore, Be therefore resolved that government considers increasing the salaries of public servants by 13% as soon as possible over a 3-year period.
Madam Speaker,
Elected member for West Bay West.
I beg to second the amendment.
You want?
Just briefly, Madam Speaker, just to put in context, the 30% took into consideration the current rate of inflation, and then also the expected future rate of inflation, plus also a possible another 25 basis points that the Fed may have basically would have raised interest rates by the next meeting in June, which would have had also an effect again on the CPI for this year. And as I said in a previous debate, housing itself or the housing cost is actually 35% of the CPI. So it came out at around 12.7, 12.8 when I did my rough calculation, and I just rounded up to 13, which would have basically catch it up to what the previous inflation was, and then also what we think the future inflation would have been. So we would have been try our best to catch people up at that point as soon as government finances kicked in. So that was the genesis of the 13% at that time, Madam Speaker. And of course, with the 5%, because basically for this year, basically being because right now there is an urgent need in many families. So with that said, I do understand, as the Premier said, that the government is still finalizing their budget, and the SPS came back slightly different. So I understand the government need to have some level of flexibility. So thank you very much, Madam Speaker.
The question is that the motion be amended as follows. Be it therefore resolved Does anyone else wish to speak? The question is that the motion be amended as follows. Be it therefore resolved that government considers increasing the salaries of public servants by 13% as soon as possible over a 3-year period. Over the next. The question is that the motion be amended as follows. Be it therefore resolved that government considers increasing the salaries of public servants by 13% over a 3-year period. All those in favor, please say aye. The amendment also includes the removal of the second resolve. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Those against, no. The ayes have it. The amendment to private members' motion number 15 of 2022-2023 is duly passed. Almost there. The motion as amended is now open for debate. Does the mover of the motion, Does the mover of the motion wish to speak on the amended motion?
Just to thank everybody for their tacit approval. I won't go home now.
Does any other member wish to speak? The Honorable Deputy Governor.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, it's very late. I had a very long speech here, but I will summarize. I think the Premier has said it best, that we are all very appreciative of the work of our public servants. We have seen them do some amazing work for us as we work to deliver the government priorities and to make lives better. I want to thank the member from Bordentown West for moving the motion and recognizing the work that is done in the civil service and the wider public service. We have to be very prudent in our spend. We have seen the importance, Madam Speaker, of having a rainy day fund. We have seen COVID come and the government be in a position to not lay off civil servants, to actually pay them honorariums during COVID to our frontline workers. So we want to make sure that anything that we do in terms of raising salaries can be sustained and is financially prudent. So, Madam Speaker, with those words, I just want to thank everyone here for recognizing the work that the civil service is doing, the wider public service. We have done some amazing work. In countries right now, there are people striking because of pay. Our civil servants turn up to work every day. And that is because the government has consistently showed their appreciation, and we believe that we have shown to our civil servants that we care about them. So, Madam Speaker, I think we all agree we would really love to do these increases, but we want to make sure that anything that we do is sustainable and can be justified. So thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. I think it's safe to say that it doesn't seem like any other members wish to speak. Just checking to see if the mover wishes to exercise his right of reply.
I just realized my son is watching. Happy birthday, Brandon. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The question now is, be it therefore resolved that government considers increasing the salaries of public servants by 13% over a 3-year period. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Those against, no. The ayes have it. Private members' motion number 15 of 2022-2023 is duly passed. Honorable Premier.
Madam Speaker, thank you very much. Madam Speaker, I'm going to be very brief. Members want to get home. I appreciate the late hour or early hour in the morning, and address it in that way. Appreciate the work that has been put in today to ensure that we got through all the private members' motions satisfactorily, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, tomorrow we will get on to dealing with bills, and of course we'll have questions, and I think there may be 1 or 2 statements. Madam Speaker, I want to wish everyone a good morning and travel safely home. And with that, Madam Speaker, I would move the adjournment of this Honourable House until 10 a.m. tomorrow morning. 10 a.m. this morning.
The question is, don't get too excited. The question is that this House do now adjourn until 10 a.m. tomorrow morning. All those in favor,
This morning.
This morning.
10 a.m. today. And since we're on today, I also join the member from Bordentown West with wishing his son, Brandon, on behalf of this honorable house, a happy birthday.
As we all do.
The house is adjourned.
All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those against, no. The ayes have it. This honorable house is now adjourned until 10 a.m. tomorrow. Today.